The Hebrew text in the Bible has hidden formats. By revealing these formats, I will prove the first writer's words were hidden from you. These formats look like poetry as I group them into small paragraphs. Their grouping will become known as a psalm, and together they become psalms. Let me show you our Creator's 12 commandments, listed in Exodus chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Any father of a family or his wife who did not obey any one of these 12 commandments, our Creator demanded they bring him a sin offering. Thus, our Creator defined the word sin as not obeying any one of these 12 commandments. Next, I want to show you how I changed one word in Exodus 26, verse 26, the word bars to arches, and the words now reveal the style of the roof for our Creator's tent for meeting with Him. Let me show you the translator's words from the preface of the 1611 King James Bible. They gave 4 reasons for themselves or others to edit the Bible's words. The red arrow at the top points to their 3rd reason to edit the text. By the light and feeling we attained unto ourselves. The next red arrow down points to them giving the title, the Divine, to a clerk named Gregory. The next block of words, they point out they were happy that the first emperor of Rome established the year to the course of the sun. Behind this text means Nebuchadnezzar ordered his kingdom to follow our Creator's calendar when he stopped eating grass. Did you notice the letter S in sun is capitalized? This is to give respect to the Egyptian sun god Ra. Have you seen the Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican's front yard? The last arrow points to your reward for studying the Bible. Your reward is to have a fellowship with the saints and participation of a heavenly nature that will never fade away. There is no such thing as nature to a truthful Christian. Our Creator created everything. By their own words, they were not seeking to know our Creator or Jesus. Not everyone has the knowledge to correct every word. I have an old Bible program that has the New American Standard Bible 1977 concordance to help find a better word. Their concordance has the number of times they use that English word in a parenthesis for that Hebrew word. The translators removed his name, YHVH, to put in 2 titles, Lord and God. I replaced those titles using the letters Y and V as his name, for the Hebrew language does not have a J, O, or W. By using these 2 letters, I am closer to the truth than anyone using J, O, or W for his name. So why is there a single letter O in the Hebrew text 1,095 times? No proper English was used? The blue highlighted text is text that I am removing. The red highlighted words are little words that I'm adding. Gray italic words are words that I added. To respect and honor our Creator, all capital letters in purple are our Creator's words. This is Jesus' prophecy, for I am revealing the first writer's words to tell you the true truths about Jesus. As the text is revealed, you can taste the writer's style of wording. Their words will take your belief to trusting our Creator. You will be watching prophecy before your eyes as I edit true truths back into their psalms. All right, today I'm going to show you how stupid God Jesus is by taking this verse here, and I went over to BibleHub.com and I took the New American Standard and the King James. The New American Standard is because I have this program. To get back here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how stupid Jesus is. Oops, I gotta set the text up here so you can see it on screen. And if I put the word prophet as the breakpoint, and then I can do like this, and you can see all the text and blow it up a little bit more. And because I have the New American Standard 77, I'm going to show you how stupid these words are. Okay. But all this has taken place that the scriptures of the prophets may be fulfilled. Then all the disciples left him and fled. Well, let's put it this way. Right now, we can say the disciples left. They just fled, okay? Don't need the words here. Don't need them. Don't need them. All the disciples, not true. For the simple fact, was not Judas still a disciple? So the thing here is we know Peter didn't fled. He just stepped away. Then most of the disciples fled, okay? Now those are the correct words that need to be there. Then most of the disciples fled. Now, that wasn't Jesus's words. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say, okay, they got it wrong here. Okay, plain and simple. Now let me show you how stupid Jesus is. He says, may be fulfilled. May be fulfilled? Will be fulfilled? That's better, but right now I've got the King James saying might be fulfilled. Might be fulfilled. Now, I don't know which one off of BibleHub.com is the most recent. I believe it is this one here is the most recent King James. But they got might be. That's just as bad as maybe, okay? Well, we know that those two words are wrong, okay? Now, all this, what does Jesus mean by all this? Let me bring up the text again. This is the text that I showed you off the program. And it says here, but all this has taken place. And what we're talking about here is Jesus having multitudes around him. Multitudes. They lied here as well. Multitudes would mean hundreds and hundreds of people came to arrest Jesus. So what we do see when I click on this, we have this word here and we have the word mob, but they didn't want to use it. We know that this word is wrong. But this is the time that when Jesus is being arrested. Okay, we have to understand that to understand this verse, because none of this verse here talks about what this is. So Jesus is stupid. He's just going to start talking here, okay, about something different. Okay. But all this has taken place. It hasn't taken place yet, okay? This hasn't taken place, so it will take place, okay? So I can say that much is wrong. Then that the scriptures of the prophets be fulfilled. Now, fulfilled is a word from our Creator, that Jesus must fulfill all. Well, actually, the agreement with our Creator, with the nation of Israel coming out of Egypt in the Sinai, he appeared to them and made an agreement with them that if they obey his 12 commandments, they will not be kicked out of his kingdom or out of the nation Israel. And then later, when Nathan talks to Jesus and tells him what our Creator said to him, that through his son's seed shall come a king, and he will be given a kingdom in heaven, and it will be his forever. Do you realize that is the only verse in the Bible that tells you why you're going to heaven? The only words. Only words. So, It's not the scriptures that are being told here, not the scriptures. It's the words. It's the words that Jesus is going to fill. And those words are coming from our Creator. So let's get that correct. Okay, this word is not correct at all, plain and simple. Okay, now, in its words of the prophets, no, it's from the prophets. They came and they come from our Creator, and they came, and the prophet came and told the people, or the king, usually king first, then the priest, and then he said it to the people. And it depends at what time in the timeline. This would have been more, well, let's put it this way. The timeline is messy, okay? You don't know it because I'm sure you don't study the text like I do, so I'm going to have to show it to you, just to let you know that when I did our Creator's hidden formats in the Bible, these years appeared as to how many years the kings of both tribes ruled. This is not a specific matching of 38 years because here's 35. It's meaning that in these events happened with these kings right about here in this timeline, okay? So the thing here is it depends, because there was a prophet that would come to Jeroboam and tell him that the altar that he made, there will become a prophet or a king that will burn the bones on the altars, and it happened here. Burned their bones on the altar. Okay, killed the priest, burned them on that altar. It was a pagan place. It was a pagan place in Bethel. Now, that's coming to the king of Israel. They also came to the king here, but when it come down to later years, when they really start being corrupt, and these are the kings that are corrupt because they have no capital letter. That was a good king, this is a bad king. That's the differentiation of understanding this chart here. We don't have many prophets coming here, okay? Not many. I can't think of one right now. But over here, now when they start getting to become corrupt priests or corrupt kings, example, this king was setting and meditating to have sex with a so-called female goddess. To marry the daughter of a female goddess, you have to understand that there was a warning from Micah, okay? And here it is, or Malachi. Malachi 2:11 says that Judah the kingdom, and I was just showing you the king, has married the daughter of a foreign god. Down here, Isaiah, the last prophet, talks about how they were all worshiping her, had set up all their places all over the place. They called her the Queen of Heaven because she's based on the moon. The foreign god is Ra, the sun god, and his daughter is the moon. I know you've read those words in Revelation about the harlot of all the world, mother of all harlots, because everybody is having a sexual experience with her, and you have to remain single after that point. Just like the Pope today, that you don't know his sex practice, or the bishops, they all have to have this sex practice. Nuns, Buddhists, hermits, monks. Okay, now you got the picture of what's going on, how corrupt it is at that time in the timeline. Here in Judah, okay? So, but what happened was Isaiah appeared right around here, and he had a vision from our Creator about Jesus' death. and he wrote text that terrified him of what he's seen and how corrupt the people were going to betray him. Okay? So this is talking about the betrayal here, but words from not the prophets, that's wrong. It's Isaiah. He was the only one that had the vision that Jesus was to die painfully. Okay? And that means the word "this" was that story I just told you, and that is what Jesus means in one word. Now, all of this is to take place, not all, just this, that he is supposed to be betrayed and killed. So what we have here then is not this word, don't need this, this, and it hasn't taken place yet, so this is wrong. This will, and that's coming from our Creator, but I'm adding it. This will, and it's not place, it's happen, because our Creator prophesied it to us. So this is happen, and this is untruthful. See how many times Jesus is made stupid here? And if you think Jesus is God Jesus, he is really stupid. He didn't know any of these. He doesn't know the words from our Creator. But if I correct the text, let me see what it looks like when it's cleaned up here. Let me go down here, paste it, and then clean it up. Okay, this is what it looks like when it's cleaned up. Don't need this. Don't need this. This will happen, not that, but by. So, by words, and they're from our Creator. By words, okay, from Jesus, from our Creator. So I can sit here and say the word "by" needs to be added down here. And then I can go like this. This will happen by words from Isaiah. And they will be. So I guess I could have kept the word "be." So I'm not going to highlight that as that's been added. I will add it as all these. Well, let me do it right here in front of you. Make sure that what's being said, like that, they will be. And I'm adding all these. So let me do this to them. So they will be fulfilled. But we don't know that unless you look up the text from Isaiah to find out what the word "this" means. We adjust that so you can see that on screen. This will happen by words from Isaiah, and they, whoops, this has to be all capitals. And since I've added it, needed to make it, and they will be, well, I guess I better capitalize both of them as well, but I've added that word. Okay, this will happen by words from Isaiah, and I'm going to put a comma, and I'm going to put this here, and they will be fulfilled. Then this is another statement of the story, but these are the words from Jesus. Okay? So if Jesus said this, I better give respect and honor to our Creator, or to Jesus, about this being said by him. But these words are all from our Creator. Can't know the stuff about what the word this means unless you actually know the story I told you from Isaiah, what Jesus was even talking about here. Okay? So let me grab this text, go up here, put it in by the King James, and let's see how the King James did. Okay? Well, all is wrong. We know the word but is wrong. Was done, that's wrong. That the scriptures, that word is wrong. The word of is wrong. Prophets is wrong. Prophets is wrong. Might be is, well, might. I guess I learned that the word be fulfilled. All the time, Judas was still there. So how can they put the word all in there? And did they forsake Jesus? Or did they just fled from him? Because he talked to him later, so he didn't forsake him. They didn't. So we know that this word is just absolutely stupid. And they didn't even give an honor and respect by a capital letter here, like down here. So the thing here is, and then I have to put most of the disciples fled. So they got a lot wrong here. The King James, when you know the text, this is what you're supposed to do with the text. And did you know Jesus actually told you and ordered you to correct the scribes' writings? Right there it is. Matthew 5:20, unless your righteousness surpasses that of the scribes, you will not enter into my kingdom. Okay? That is such an important verse that Jesus is telling you that the scribes are already corrupt. Okay? And he told you to become better than the scribes. Let me see here if I can do just that. Okay. Unless your righteousness surpasses that of the scribes. And notice I give the scribes a little letter because they aren't helping you. They didn't put the correct words here. They are your enemy editing the text for you. There is what Jesus said in that verse. Not a might be fulfilled. Not all the disciples. Not all the word, not the scriptures still are. All these words, look at all those words. Those are the same words that I know that I corrected down here and a little bit more. They're all wrong, okay? God, Jesus is stupid. And you sit there and read the text. Wake up, follow me. I will correct the text right before you, or I have already. There's, I think, 300 verses or 300 videos I've already made, but I haven't even got to the 300 that I got to make for our creator's hidden formats. I'm just proving that there's hidden formats in the Bible by showing right now over on Twitch that I can actually take a Psalm 8, and those, you know what my correcting marks are, and I moved this group down here for it to read better, and then this is what I'm going to show you by their hidden formats. They are not in the Greek side of the text, okay? But look at how good these are. You don't even write this good. This first verse in a 3-verse group, it is a statement at the top. Then it's these two are connected that describe the statement. The second group does the same thing. These are small paragraphs. 2 of them together make a larger paragraph. That's why I have a space. And then you see it again, and you see it again. You should be taking a screenshot of that and reading that over a few times. So the thing here is that is beautiful writing. Okay? Now I've made some notes for myself here, and I'm guessing at these words were written by Nathan. Okay, you don't sing these. These are words that are there, and you now know that you can't sing the Psalms once you understand it's just words praising Jesus from Nathan's words. Okay. Now, being that said, I'm going to go do another verse here for you and show you that how bad or how much that is corrupt. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to send this text way down to the bottom, and I'm going to go get another verse here. Let me see what verse I'm going to grab now to show you how stupid Jesus is. I'm going to do Mark 14:49. And the funny thing is, I've got more than 40 verses here, okay? So these are to prove a point to those that tell me or tell you that every word in the Bible is true and to believe it. And absolutely, they're just adding text to add text to sell you a book, okay? So I'm going to grab these groups of words here. I'll just do the King James, up to the King James. I'm going to go over here. I'm going to paste it. I'm going to get rid of this one because I only want to work with 2 of them. I guess I'm not sure if this is the newest one or they don't have the right quotes. This one looks... Well, this looks like it's newer. So I'm going to get rid of that one. And then the King James like that. And then I'm going to do this just to make sure you see what verse this is while I'm editing it. Now, what I am going to do is go over to the Bible program here, and I'm going to bring it up to you so you can see the text here, and I'll refer to it from time to time unless I need to go and talk about these other words. But right now, what this tells me is Strong did not feel that that was a mighty enough word to be added to the concordance. It doesn't mean it's not there. He just felt it was not an important word, okay? And when it comes down to our Creator's hidden formats, any of these words like that, I got rid of. And in our Creator's hidden formats has 4 different rules, which makes it repeatable and a first of a kind in the written language, okay? So let me get these, I guess it's this one here. I guess they want to split here, and here, and here, and here. Okay. Now again, Jesus is so stupid, he says might be fulfilled, okay? Now these are words from Mark referring to the same thing that I just went over. Where is it? Right here. The order of this text is being said differently, but they all left and fled, even though we know the word all is wrong again, okay? Because Judas was still there. He's still a disciple, okay? So a little word like that should be sticking out like a red flag, light flashing, whatever, alarm all over it. If you were thinking, okay, you read the sugar out of the text. I'm here. I was sent by our Creator to actually teach you the truths about Jesus. And that's what I'm doing here. And I'm showing you the knowledge our Creator has given me about Jesus in this text. Okay? So when I sit here and say, okay, these words are wrong, and I learned last time that I needed the word to be might use new word. I need this. But this has happened. It has not happened yet. These words here that are italicized are words that they have entered into the text. So let me make them this color here to show you that they are adding these words into the Bible in 1977. Now these are the same verses from there, and you can see that they got this has, and they changed the word happened to take place. And where'd they get that? They got that from the other verse, right? They got that from down here. Where are they? Taken place is the way they had it, okay? So the thing here is they were actually read their text and found out that, hey, we got 2 similar here. They might have used this Bible program to search their own Bible to find out, to go back and forth to figure out what's going on. But this happened, and it hasn't happened. So we know that that's wrong. Okay, every day I was with you in the temple. God, Jesus is stupid, ain't he? I mean, do you know what a temple is? A temple is a place where they put a false idol of a false god, and people come in and worship the idol. Is that what they call on the Temple Mount? Is that what was going on there? No. Our Creator defined his tent when he had Moses make his tent. It was to make his tent a place for meeting with him. When you understand that there was a mercy seat that the angels were holding and facing each other over the chest that had the 12 commandments, he was appearing to them from above there, speaking to the priest, actually telling them whether that guy that father of that family that's making an atonement Is he really truthful, or is he just mocking the Creator and going through the steps to look good in front of everybody else? Our Creator was telling their outcasts they were, if they weren't being honest out there, they were outcasts, thrown out of the nation. It was not a temple. Our Creator was talking to them. It's a meeting place. So it's his house, okay, meeting you. And he didn't meet him inside, neither. He knew that you have to be a priest. You have to follow the statutes. And Jesus followed the statutes. And he has to follow the 12 commandments. And then he has to abide by the laws and all the guidance that is given by our Creator. I just said 12 commandments and you're shaking your head. I can see you out there doing that. There they are, right there. Okay, 12 commandments. Nobody's actually looked at, studied chapter 20, 1 through 17. Isn't that funny? Right there they are, right before you. Take a screenshot, because I'm getting rid of it. This is my website if you want to know what our Creator's hidden formats look like. It only takes 5 hours, 6 hours to read all the way through it. If you want, you can skip. I've got a way that you can skip right to Jesus's teaching. You got to go scroll through all the words there, or the titles, or wherever I have them bookmarked, to go to different places that if you're going to use the text truthfully and live by that text, which you should, because it's our Creator's message to you. If you can get through Jesus's teaching without crying, I'll be amazed. The text is so perfect, and it was just hundreds of pieces that had to be put together like a puzzle that gives us the correct order of the disciples being chosen. Gives us the times, places, and locations where he was at. And actually, the last 7 or 8 days, depends on how you look at the text, read the text, of Jesus in Jerusalem. 7 days in an order telling you what's going on. Because when the stories, I put them together, it only made sense that it had to happen the next day. But then it'll say he went and slept here, and then you have the story of the next day, he's back there, he's in Jerusalem again. So that is the most important words. This, what I'm teaching you here, no, not compared, not even compared to it. This is just wakening you up to understand that I know the text, and you should be trusting what I'm saying. Our Creator made me see him 8 times, okay? So with that, I'm going to continue and say that this is just a pagan temple, and it's out. But we know it was a house at that time. It was a house for meeting our Creator. So how come this text isn't... Oh, I know what's happened here. I got to do all this. Sorry. I think I have a different format that I'm used to. And if I start editing, yeah, see, it's there. I use Arial. Okay, now the word house looks better. I was saying, what the heck happened to that? So anyways, not in the house, by the house, because he knows the fact that one of the statutes for the priest is they have to be anointed with the oil that's sitting on the table inside his meeting room that is used to light or keep the lamps full of oil to burn from morning to evening. That oil is used to anoint the priest or the attendant that needs to work inside the courtyard. They aren't allowed. You know that the text, they didn't care at that time. They were having a marketplace in there. Jesus went in there, kicked him out. He didn't go back in there, okay? I guarantee that. This text, some of the stories said he was by the gates teaching, okay? So here, this is Jesus by the gates, okay? And I know these are all words said by Jesus, but I guess I should just keep editing, not worrying here, because I know that I showed you that Jesus said these words. Teaching, okay? Teaching what? What was Jesus teaching? Jesus was sent in the favorable year of our Lord, or our King, to tell the people that he is their king in heaven and they are to believe him, because Jesus was doing healings that only prophets could do, and prophets they knew were talked to by our Creator. What makes the healings that the prophets did in old weren't just about leprosy. Again, if you stayed along in the whole video, I explained it before. I'll explain it again because it's important to know that when Jesus got done talking to them when he was teaching the first time on the first 8-day celebration of the passing over celebration in Jerusalem, that when he left there, one of the things that happened was there was a blind boy with no eyeballs, and Jesus made clay, rubbed the clay on his eyes, and then he could see. And the argument was that there was no prophet that has healed him like that to see, meaning creating the eyes. People that were blind that had eyes, other prophets were doing that. It's not written in the text, but we know from Jesus' story that they're talking that it was true. They've taken it out of the text, but I can prove it by saying that when they say that Jesus is more than a prophet because he created eyes, he's higher than the other prophets. Okay? All these things that he was doing. So was he teaching, or was he telling them about his kingdom? And when he's telling them about his kingdom, he's teaching his gospel. The word gospel is defined by Jesus. If you don't know that Jesus defined the word gospel, let me show you how he defined the word gospel. This is just one of the two that I could use the example, but these are more powerful than the others. They just reconfirm what you're seeing here. Since the gospel of my kingdom from our Creator is preached, my kingdom from our Creator is at hand. He's talking to you now, okay? Is now. The time is being fulfilled of them knowing about his kingdom, because he was proclaiming his kingdom wasn't on earth. It's in heaven. That they were wrong, that they were thinking he was going to be a dominant king and take away all the, defeat the ones who are overruling them now. That's what they were taught by the corrupt priests. Jesus talks to them in a couple times. He says, who do they say I am? Well, how do they explain the son of David as being a king is what he was referring to. How do they talk about the son from David? Because that verse is from Nathan telling, or our Creator telling Nathan to tell Jesus, or tell David about through his son's seed, and our Creator wasn't a liar, will become a king in heaven, and he will have his kingdom forever. That verse alone is the only verse that tells you why you're going to heaven. You can't get away from it. So unless it's fulfilled that he's through his son's seed, you're calling our Creator a liar. Not only that, you are telling me Abraham's a liar. When our Creator's a liar when he talked to Abraham. And kings shall come forth from you. That's why they said we are descendants, or we are disciples of Abraham. Talking about this dominant earthly king who's going to conquer. He's going to establish his everlasting covenant. Covenant is the word wrong. It's promises. He makes promises from time to time to time. But in him, all nations of the earth will be blessed. Okay? Down here, in your seed, from your seed. Again, he's telling them, all the nations of the earth shall be blessed because Abraham was righteous. All those point to Jesus being a king, but not like what they thought, because it's about David's promise of being a king in heaven. Okay, so is it teaching or is it his gospel? I think it's his gospel. He was telling them that he is their king in heaven. He was not telling them he's the king to conquer. Okay? And he will be given the right, because when we look at the words in Psalm 149, we learn that they have capital letters to meaning our creator. Let me get that, I guess. Let me get that one first. Here. They changed the 1611 translators throughout our creator's name 6,825 times and made 2 titles for his name. But they lied to you when they told you all capital letters represent it, because now I can show you that the word Yah being highlighted is not our creator. They say it's the name of the God of Israel. What about the king from Israel, meaning Jesus? Okay, so let me show you that. Now let me bring you back to that psalm. Here, the psalm is saying, praise Yah. Sing to Yvie, that's here, right here, a new song. And praise him in the congregation. Who you're praising? In his praise. Who's his praising that you're going to praise? This, praise Yah. Okay. Rejoice in our king, not their king, our king. Praise his name. Whose name? Yah. They had a name because, look, right now is also about salvation. They knew that he was his savior because they had salvation from going into the abyss, that they were going to heaven. They knew what Nathan's promise to David meant. They were no longer, when they leave the earth, their body dies, their soul's going to descend into the abyss. That Jesus was their salvation because he's going to take them from the abyss and take their soul into heaven. All this is so important, but nobody teaches you the truth. But I'm going to tell you that this is definitely Jesus' gospel he was teaching, and it wasn't just some teaching from the text like you need to know that they don't understand the words. They had corrupted the text so much that when Jesus was in there and referring to texts from other places back and forth. Example, let me do that right now just to show you the knowledge that you're missing out on because you aren't paying attention to the truth and trying to straighten out the text. The disciples told Jesus, look at the stones of the house. Aren't they so beautiful? Okay. Jesus would have said, well, David had 80,000 hewers. They can't be stones. You don't hew stones. 80,000? Let's say there's 8,000. Now what are they hewing stones? Because Solomon said we made him a forever house. Those are granite blocks that they're hewing out. Blocks. Hewing out blocks. What color are the blocks? Well, let's take a look at what Moses was told. Moses was told to make the tent out of ram hides and goat hides. Those are white. Everything was white. So it's white granite blocks. In Egypt or in Israel, when you search granite quarries, you will find a map that shows you that there's several granite quarries in Israel. A white one by Hebron and a red one by Jerusalem. They used the white granite blocks by Hebron, okay? And let's not just stop right there. Let's talk about Rehoboam going to Shechem, and they're complaining about their work is heavy. Well, the only thing is when you look at that quarries, you'll find a limestone quarry by Shechem. What do you think the courtyard floor was made of? What do you think the walls of Jerusalem were made from? Okay? This is what Jesus would have been pointing out to them in the text of what they had corrupted in the words. Okay? You got the picture here? I'm not stupid. I'm not trying to say that you don't believe in Jesus. I'm just telling you, you've got the wrong understanding because of the corruption that these people have done, or these males have done to you. And because I know that you didn't really probably look at the beginning of this video, because I'm live right now, so you wouldn't have seen that. These are words from the 1611 translators that put a preface. This is the 1611 preface. In their own words, they have Gregory is the divine. They give him a capital D. Okay? So those that teach the Trinity, how come we got Gregory as the divine? Okay, they give him the title, the divine. Look here. They were, now watch how I'm reading into these words, because it's very important here. The first Roman emperor corrected the calendar and the order of the year according to the course of the sun, with a capital S on the word sun. Ra, the sun god from Egypt, okay, is being praised by them with a capital letter. The courtyard of the Vatican has an Egyptian obelisk. Why is it there? But they were happy that he corrected the calendar. So what was the calendar for all of Rome and Babylon? What was their year? Well, when Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass, he proclaimed our creator from the Hebrew people, or the Israelis, were truly obeying the highest creator. He's the one that proclaimed the summer solstice as the first day of the year, because that's the way our creator described the first, or the calendar, as the first year when he took them out of Egypt. But they're happy that it's according to a pagan belief of a pagan god's son. Okay, before I get too carried away, I'm going to get back here and talk about this text. I'm just saying there's a lot to learn, and I'm just hoping that you're paying attention to what's going on in the text, because anybody can take the text and do as Jesus said in Matthew 5:20. Unless your righteousness surpasses that of the scribes, you will not enter my kingdom in heaven. He give this statement, he give this command, and the word scribes are little because he knew that the text was corrupt and you were supposed to become smarter than them. And this is what Jesus was talking about. You should be taking this text, copying it over, and start figuring out and talking to our Creator, because you go talk to our Creator one-on-one, then he is going to tell you what the text is telling us. Example, if you don't read anything at all, go to time yourself, talk about our Creator, and figure out how long you can talk before you start repeating yourself. And I'm sure there's going to be some Christians that are thinking, oh, I can talk a couple hours. You'll be surprised if you can talk for 5 minutes without repeating yourself. Then don't read anything. Every night you go to bed for the next 3 months, talk to our Creator. Then go time yourself, because you're going to be shocked that whatever time you were talking, you're going to talk a whole lot longer. And then you have to realize who was teaching you. That is how Moses, or not Moses, from the time of Adam and Eve to Abraham, and before they started writing the text at all, that's how they knew about our Creator. Talking to our Creator. He wants to know you one-on-one. The more you do that, the more you can start coming into here and not reading just the sugar out of the text. You'll be removing the oversalted words that I'm showing you that don't belong here. So sorry, I know I get carried away, but I'm just right here about people telling me that every word of the Bible is true. They have to change the words to sell you a book, to own the copyrights, to legally make money from you, and they aren't correcting the text. They keep adding crap that doesn't matter. Okay? Let me see here. So Jesus was teaching not by his house, our Creator's house. That's whose house he was talking about or talking to, our Creator's house. And I'm going to give him all capital letters, and whatever his possession is capital letters, meaning our Creator. And then I'll respect Jesus by making sure all his words are read with a capital letter to begin with. Example of Jesus walked, the word W on walked will be highlighted, and then it will be in red. So when you search the text I have on my website, and I know below here tells you the website, you go look at that. Now that's our Creator's message to you. And you'll see that how those words are like this, that I respect our Creator by the most important way I can, and that is to color it and give them all capital letters for the word. And then Jesus like this. When they're good people, good kings like King David, he gets a capital letter. When it's a bad king, he gets a little letter, okay? Just like when the word land appears in the text. The land is the promised land, so that should be all capital letters, or it should just be a capital L. The other thing is, well, better get to the text, but I just want to point out of why I'm coloring the words where they are. When they get cleaned up, you notice that who said these or what their meanings come from and who's established them as my house. Moses build my tent for meeting with people, or the priest. Then it has to be his house for meeting with the people or with the priest. So, but let's see. Every day, not every day, can't be the word every, that's just a lie. It has to be a few days, because when you read our Creator's hidden formats, and you read that there are actually 8 days that are described there, that actually, because of our Creator, put that hidden format within the text. And then you put the pieces together, you will get 7, 8 days of Jesus there. So it has to be only these few days that Jesus was doing this. Okay? So I'm going to say, I'm adding that text, just like I added the word his. Days, for a few days, I'll put the word comma here. I was with you by the house. I guess teaching. I guess I do need the word teaching, but you have to understand that I got that wrong. I better confess to that real quick. But it has to be my gospel, teaching my gospel. And that is telling them that he was the king that was described by Nathan and many other prophets as his Holy One. What else was he called? The most righteous one. I'm trying to think of other words. But by his house teaching my gospel, and you did not seize me. The word seize is wrong. What does seize mean? Squeeze them tight? Seize me? You got to make up a word for them that they could have put in there that says arrest me? That's what's going to take place here. So let's take a look at the Bible program here. If I go to the Bible program, that are so misplaced. I mean, let me show you the corruption of some that you can even laugh at these because these are pretty funny. Okay. Example. Let me blow this up so you can really see what's going on. All right. If I click on the word boy, this is the word, and it uses the word for girl once. Can you explain that to me? Click on the word desert here. This is desert, and I got a man's name 4 times. Explain that to me. I click on the word dove, and here it is, and yet all these are doves and pigeons, and yet we got a man's really long name here 1 time. I can click on the word nation, and all of a sudden, guess what I get? You got it. A man's name 3 times. Don't tell me every word in the Bible is truth. Okay. Now you're aware of the evilness that's being done and you are being deceived. Satan's people are deceiving you. Satan is the greatest deceiver, and you're being deceived by them that are editing the text. A few days I was with you by his house teaching my gospel, and you did not arrest me. See how easy it is to actually start correcting the text and actually getting the correct words. But this happened that the scriptures might be fulfilled. Now, Jesus is really stupid here because he doesn't fulfill all the scriptures. He fulfills the prophecy from Isaiah. So I have to say the prophecy here, and that's coming from our Creator. Prophecy. I don't know if it's with a CS or CY or SY right now. Anyways, the prophecy from Isaiah. Isaiah had a vision of his death, and Isaiah writes a long story about how they betrayed him and how his death terrified him. He couldn't even describe what in the text what they were doing to him. But this is added. This is coming from our Creator, so that's added. This needs to be said from our Creator, and I'm changing this word. It was the prophecy that Isaiah told that he will be fulfilled. Will be fulfilled. And these are our Creator's words because he told Isaiah prophecy. The prophecy must be fulfilled. So I got to get this word here as fulfilled. So let me put this over here. So we've got all the text. Let me put this over here as well and just try to get the text a little bit bigger here for you to see what I'm doing. And Okay. Now, what I just described is the word this. Okay. So this word has to be in here. Maybe not. Maybe not. You did not seize me. I see they have this is to happen by the prophecy from Isaiah. The prophecy. Or can I say it a different way and still mean the same thing here? And you did not arrest me, but his prophecy, I can just put his prophecy here. I can just take this word here, copy it, and put his prophecy right here. And all this is wrong, untruthful. And yet they had God, Jesus speaking stupid here. They're the ones telling you Jesus is God. No, you're making our Creator a liar when you say that. And if you trust them saying all these words, then you don't need to be here. Those that are going to, well, I guess the comment, I don't know if anybody's even watching me here, but the thing here is when you watch this video and you hear what I'm saying about how to correct the text, this is prophecy. Prophecy of Jesus sending the helper to tell the true truth about Jesus. So you're actually seeing prophecy. I need to clean this up right now just to see if I've got all these words correct. And let me do that right here real quick. Okay. A few days I was with you by his house teaching my gospel. And you did not arrest me, period. His prophecy. I guess I needed to use the word but. I took it away and I can see over here it's there, so I'll correct it there. And I will take it and place it here. And I'm not going to use proper English. They didn't have proper English at that time. But I will do this so you can see it. A few days I was with you by his house teaching my gospel, and you did not arrest me, but his prophecy from Isaiah will be fulfilled. And Jesus is talking about his death here. That's what Isaiah prophesied about. Even though I had to add this word, I guess this word should be, let's see, what did, I even made some shortcuts today, or macros. And what is Control D, or Alt D? And that's the way I'm editing, not just the words that are yellow here like this, but the important words that I needed to say that needs to be in the text. The other ones, they aren't that important. So, but I think it's most important for you to know that I've added these words, corrected the other ones. And now Jesus is saying the truth. Okay? Jesus is now saying the truth. And all because Jesus told us in Matthew 20 or 5:20, unless your righteousness is how obedient you are to your Creator, then you are righteous. But it's your righteousness of all your knowledge that you're supposed to surpass that of the scribes and tell the truth about the true truths about our Creator and Jesus. And you will not enter my kingdom in heaven if you don't do this. That's a command from Jesus. Okay? So now that I've got this text and it's all cleaned up, looking really good, now let's go see how bad the King James did, okay? Because King James is the highest money-making Bible there is, and the New American Standard is second, And here again, we have this word that's must is wrong. Scriptures is wrong. Daily is not the truth. Temple is not the truth. And the word arrest is not truth. Those words right there, you could have straightened them out easily. And I know people live by reading the sugar out of the text. I am teaching you that the salt must be removed for all of us to become closer to going to heaven and be righteous on this earth before our Creator. And that's everybody in the world, because those around the world that don't even know about Jesus, Jesus will bring them into heaven because they have high morals. A high moral person is one who is trying to be his best, and that's why the words high morals even exists. It means that they have a high standard for themselves. And most people that have a high standard for themselves believe there is a creator. Okay? But you can see the King James didn't care either. They could have used the word arrest here, obviously. Obviously, they're using a pagan temple instead of telling you it's his house. Okay? A temple means that it was the pagans putting in a false god. I mean, they're still up in, what is it, Greece, is it? Greek, Romans, Greek. They have the Temple of Zeus and Athena and stuff like that. So the thing there is that's what a temple is, and yet people say the Temple Mount. There was no temple until after they destroyed the house, and then a false temple is put on there. Okay? So the thing here is the King James is not very truthful here. You have to add all these other words that are in italic here, okay, to correct the text. So I'm hoping that you can now, when you take your text and go through it, you can too start editing it and becoming closer to our Creator. Now, let me show you what I've done, because I've already done all the books that I'm going to do to show you the truth. Because this is Matthew. And Matthew starts out right here talking about the genealogies, the order of birth. Well, what's wrong with this genealogy? They got two genealogies, so why believe either one of them? But when you take out the words that aren't really true, because this king didn't even exist, his name is mentioned as a king, and that's it, not a story about him, okay? And if you count, there's 12 generations. I talked that there's 14 generations, 14 here, and then 14 to this one here. But there's only 12 here. So the thing here is you become more aware of the text when you work with the text. And then, as I know what I know the truth, I've gone through and I'll take a verse, and this is the way it comes out. And then what will happen is the text will get clearer, cleaner, and cleaner. That's all the text I got from Matthew 1 to 118 that I can say is the truth, okay? And when I showed you the promise that our Creator made to Abraham, our son from David, from our son from Abraham, okay? So from our sons from Abraham, I guess the word S should be here, but that's what I've done to the text, just to show you that you can do it too. I mean, I've been doing this since computers, I think actually it was 1988 when I started. I'm not sure. I made my first computer was a 286 with a 20 megabyte hard drive. And then that Bible program came out that I showed you here. This Bible program came out, and I bought the first notebook that came with a CD drive, a 2x CD drive. People thought I spent $5,000 on a notebook when I showed them the price was only $22,000. I worked in engineering. Everybody had money. I mean, big money. They went and started buying it. But the object is that the Bible program I was able to take into work, and I could study it on my breaks. And that's what happened. This all started from Psalm 78. Where is Psalm 78? Okay, Psalm 78. This is where it all started. I read the text and I knew that Moses, he split the rocks in the wilderness and a river came out, not like the ocean depths, but they fed the people and the animals. But down here, behold, he struck the rock. Well, he already split the rock here, so there's something wrong with this text. So what I did was I went and just cut it into the shortest verses. And I'm looking for the group of words that need to be changed or be placed around different order. And what I found is, oops, let me just show you the last one here. I found that I could put them into groups, found this 4-verse grouping, and I found the correct order for the text. I had to get rid of some text, got rid of a lot of text. But you can see if you take a screenshot of that and read that, and then you're saying people can sing this, that's funny because you can't sing these. This is a story of what happened, okay? So the thing here is this was text. I think this text is from like 1989. I've kept it the way it is because I want to make sure everybody's seen that's the exact text that I started with before I even bought the, well, it was the first thing I did with this Bible program. But, okay. Now that I've got those words straightened out, now let's go find some more words, because I've got like 40 of these verses to show you how bad they have really made Jesus stupid. And if you're a Trinity believer, God, Jesus is stupid. And I'm not making him stupid. I'm just showing you how stupid. How come that is not doing this for me? I want that. Okay. That was Mark 14:49, was it? Yep. Okay. Oh, this one. This is okay. Before I spoil the story here, I'm just going to tell you Mark 9 verse 1. Okay. And what I'm going to do is take it, going to go to BibleHub.com, put that in here, grab these verses, and you can grab more if you want. I'm just grabbing the ones that I want to deal with because these are the two. They're like 85% of the market of the Bible market, and how to make money off you for lying to you or deceiving you. No. And so let me just divide it where they've got their commas. Okay, wait a minute. I don't need this one. Okay. I'll just divide it here. I'll divide it here, and just because I'm trying to get it in the screen for you to see and blow it up a little bit more. And these two books go together. These are separate. And I'm editing this text, or this verse. Now, what I need to do is now go over to the Bible program here and click on this. Go back here, and I guess I got to get rid of that. I don't know why that screen even pulled up, but we need the idea of what the text I'm going to be editing. That really is just Jesus saying, they shall not taste death until they see the kingdom of God after it has come with power. Now that, to me, how can you be in heaven to see it and then come back on earth and know that it's going to be coming with power? So this, if there's one statement that Jesus says that's kind of funny, that they've really mocked him by saying this. There's people who will not taste death. Okay, they will not even taste death. Okay, but let's see. Whoever is ashamed of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, the Son from man, not of man, from man, meaning male and female. Jesus says Son from man. If you get rid of the word of, I think 60 times or more. And some of them is the word for man, Son for man. Depends how he's saying it. He says he's from man, and then he says he's for man, meaning all the people on the earth that obey our Creator. Will also be ashamed of him. Notice how they leave out the word women. The text does not include women in any of the text. I went through the 4 books, nothing about women going to heaven, women having anything to do with heaven. I've gone through the Old Testament, 22 books, I think, or 20 books that have the true story and not made up like, Proverbs? Look, if you read Proverbs, well, if you've never been a good person, you wouldn't know that just happens when you be a good person. Most of that stuff is just when you're good. Not even if you believe in our Creator. If you're just good, you understand those. So there's nothing special about them. There's a lot of books that don't make sense or in there. Job, completely made up by them. Added to the text. And they'll also be ashamed of him when he comes in the glory of his Father with the holy angels. Excuse me. Jesus is speaking in third person, by the way. Just idiot speaking. And then he says to them, after this, he says this, I truly say to you, there are some of those who will, he doesn't even tell you who they are, just those who are standing here. Who's here? Well, it's really the disciples. That would be saying that they'll be going to heaven, who shall not taste death, which means they're going to be brought up. They aren't going to have death. They're not going to taste death until after they witness the kingdom in heaven. Okay, of God, kingdom of God. It's Jesus's kingdom. So okay, now you got where I'm going to go with the text here and show you how they made Jesus really stupid here. And he was saying to them, he wasn't saying to them, he said to them, okay? And Jesus said, so let's see, or no. I'm going to have it the way it is, well, the truth. Might as well put the truth right here. Jesus told them, flat out told them, okay? Not a saying. He told them. See how easy that was to correct? Because the word saying just is, he could have been saying anything. The statement that he's saying is a direction of a truth. So he told them because they didn't know this. Okay, he told them, truly I say to you, and this, if I have the word told, I don't need any of this. Okay, he told them. You don't need the words the and them. Don't need the word say twice. Get rid of the double text speaking of the text. He told them, there are some of those who are standing here. I better put the word here, there, and then do this, who not shall, but will. Let's put it in English and get rid of the old understanding of the word will or shall to will. Not taste death. I guess I cut that wrong. Until they see the kingdom of God after it. Okay. The kingdom of God has just been described as an it. Now, I think that's just great that they can call the kingdom of God an it. Okay. Has come with power. Okay. Now, if you're talking about this sentence as meaning the second coming is what Jesus is talking about, you're lying to me because he stated standing here. So the thing here is you have to understand what Jesus is saying here. So for this to be true, and Jesus is not completely stupid, okay, because we do have the text. Where is that text? That the glory of his Father with the holy angels. And we know that what we're talking about is Jesus coming with his angels. And everybody's going to witness his coming in the heavens. There's going to be, like what we say on Earth today, an alien invasion coming. It's so big, it's so massive and large, showing up on our screen, that we're done for here. And the whole world's going to be waiting and looking for when, and this is what's going to happen when Jesus comes the second time. So we know that we're talking about some of these words here can be said that this is the second coming here of his second coming, but it's not in the text that we're reading it like this. And we wouldn't call that an it. We would not call, I shouldn't even say the word that. I should give our Jesus respect when I say that his second coming cannot be described as a that or an it, okay? So, but it's those at the second coming that will not taste death. When he comes, he's taken their souls of man at that time into heaven, and the souls that he doesn't want are going into the abyss. And then our Creator is going to create hell, a new place at that time. And those that have not corrected themselves while they're in the abyss, because you really have like a second chance. Now, if you failed here on earth, not making it as being righteous to our Creator or obedient to our Creator and obeying His words, that when you're down there in the abyss floating around, you still have that will of yourself to talk to our Creator and try to ask for His forgiveness until Jesus' second coming. And if those that they are down there and Jesus says, I can forgive them now because they've learned their lesson when they were down there and they were obedient to me when they were there, they will come up to heaven as well. And then hell will be established. People are using the word hell wrong. Hell is not until after man does no longer exist on this earth. Okay, and they will not see my kingdom. And this, let's put it this way. It has to be from, okay? And it has to be from our Creator. And so we know that that word is wrong. Shall not say my, it's not kingdom. To be truthful about that word kingdom, we have to say my angels. Okay, see, my angels from our, from I'm going to change the title God to our Creator. And that way, oops, I forgot to do that again. This needs to be Arial. And let's make them all 11 point. All right. And so it is our Creator, even though I need to say that I'm adding that word, getting rid of that pagan title. Let's see, until they see me, not me, with, and because this is coming from our Creator said He's going to do this, me with my angels, and this would be, well, let's see, because we were given, trying to think if they're supposed to be all capitals. I won't do all capitals, I'll just do it like this. But we are Jesus, we belong to Jesus in His kingdom. So that needs to be corrected. It's not a kingdom for the second coming, okay? Until they see, not taste death, not until, but for they, what will they do? They will see. And we know that's coming from our Creator, but I'm adding it. For they will see me with my angels from our Creator after I was saying after not after. After and when seem to be very close to the text. So let me see here. If I go over here, go to so now that we know the truth that the word after, Strong's doesn't feel it was needed, let's see if I can get away with it too and not say it's not needed. From the angels from our Creator. let's say that this is from our Creator, but He is coming. Coming. He is coming. Jesus is coming with, let's see, I want to say that that's green text right now. Whoops. That I've added with I think this would have to be our Creator's power, coming from our Creator, coming with His power. Okay. Who shall? Okay. I think you're coming from YouTube. Okay. Conspiracy. Let me show you the conspiracy. I am showing that there's many errors, or Jesus is being just made a fool of in the statements I'm showing. But what I'm showing here is that if you take any of the Psalms and you start correcting the text, you can see I really corrected the heck out of it. You can actually find the first writer's formats. This happens to be a 3-verse. This is a statement. That's why there's a period here. These two are connected together that are explained the meaning of this statement. This becomes a small paragraph. This becomes a small paragraph. These two make a larger paragraph. That's why I have the space. Repeated and repeated. I had to do that to find this. And that is the first writer's formats. Now, I honor our Creator by highlighting or making all the letters in purple and Jesus in red. And this is how I honor Him in the text. These words, when I read the text over and over, I decided they have to come from Nathan himself after he told David about through David's son's seed shall come a king, and he will have a kingdom in heaven, which is the only statement that tells you why you go enter into heaven. Now, what I have at the intro, and I don't know how long you've been watching, because I don't have that count. So let me show you something here. What I have at the beginning. If you study the text in Exodus 20:1 through 17, you'll find that there's 12 commandments, not 10. Okay, there they are. Take a screenshot because I'm going to show you something else here. If you change the word bars to arches, this is these words here. And I am revealing the first time what the roof of the tent looks like. So when you go on YouTube or any place to search for the tent for meeting with our Creator, and you see that extra wall over on the side, because those numbers are there, it's 30 by 20. So they had to put that off to the side. But that's because they did not figure out that this word is bars. They didn't count the boards and figure out what these boards meant. So when I'm talking about conspiracy and how come the atheists are writing the Bible or editing the Bible, these are words from the 1611 translators themselves. They tell you one of the reasons, 4 reasons, of why they can edit the text, and that is by the light and feeling we have attained unto ourselves. They also give a great clerk the title, the divine. Yes, 1611 preface. This is the 1611 preface. You can Actually, I think you can still get it off the internet. It's kind of like, what do they call it? Public domain, that anybody can edit it from where it's at because it's so old, nobody owns the copyright to it. All I did was went through and I'm pointing out things that they said themselves. Now watch this. The first Roman emperor, when he corrected the calendar, now they're happy that he corrected the calendar. They wouldn't even made this statement. In the order of the year according to the sun. Why did they capitalize the letter sun? Well, you have to know that Egypt had a sun god named Ra, okay? And the course of the sun that they're talking about is if you put a stick in the ground, a very long one, and watch the shadow of the sun as it moves back and forth through the seasons, that you'll find that there's no shadow movement for 3 days. That's why they designated the winter solstice as the beginning and ending. But the only thing is what was the calendar before that? Because it had to come from the time of when Nebuchadnezzar woke up eating grass and agreed that the Israeli people were really onto our Creator. He's really talking to them down there. He just did this to me, and we're going to correct our calendar to our Creator's calendar, which was the summer solstice. When you read the different plagues, you will find that they didn't happen one right after another, that they happened over months, a few months. And one of the second to the last one is where they ate. The locust came and ate up the sprouting green, which means the things that were in the beginning of spring. And I would refer that to like the wheat harvest. There's several wheat harvests. I think America harvests wheat 3 times a year, but there's really 2 that are abundant. And so one of those 2, and I think the first one is in April. Okay. So if it was sprouting green, I would say it was April that we can go by of our calendar right now. But that way you would know that the next couple plagues, and then they had to have something that they would all know that our Creator is designating the first day of the first year as the passing over, because he told them he told Moses in Exodus, this will be the first day of your year, and you will not do anything on this day. This day is holy, because I passed over your sons from killing you. In the Sinai, he designated 8 days, that day and 7 more, to celebrate the passing over. When you read in the 4 Gospels, they'll call it a festival. But the object is Jesus was killed the night before, or the day that they were getting ready, or no, they arrested him that day that they're getting ready for the most important day of their year. And that was the Passover, or his passing over. So that's the calendar that they were happy that they corrected. Now here's a real good statement. I would wonder, it was 8 months I believe. You would have to actually study the text a little bit more. You have to have an event that all the people would know about, and they would know about the summer solstice because anybody can keep that sun disk or throw a stick in the ground and know when that's going to be happening, because it's there one day and then the next day that shadow moves, but one day it's perfectly straight. Okay. And they counted it as 7. They didn't name like we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which are actually named after pagan gods, and the months names are after pagan gods. They had a 7-week count, and 5 weeks like that was they call it a 5 count. And then you'll find that they didn't have an 11th month or a 12th month. And you'll find that at the end of that time. There are some days that are left over that don't actually equal to the summer solstice. But that's when you understand each of the plagues, there has to be an event that the people 3,000 or 2,000 years ago, maybe 3,000 years ago, could all record easily and understand when the first day of the year was there. Because it was very important to mark the years for the simple fact that the priests were to blow their horns 7 days before the beginning of the seventh year to release all the all the people that were sent into work prisons that were then hired out to fulfill their payment. But because they were, our Creator said, all debt is forgiven and they are to return to their land. But when they couldn't make a payment, they were sent to a work prison where somebody else could come along and say, look, I need help. I'll pay off his debt. So he's working for me and I'll give the money to the guy that he owes up until this, what is it called? I can't think of that. Jubilation, the year of jubilation. Okay. So the counting that they all had to know this first day of the year. And they were very observant of the text or of the movement of the stars. An example, if I told you, or if I ask you, where is heaven located? You have to go to the text or come to the text in the New American Standard Bible only, Psalms 48, verse 2, where it says, our Creator's mountain, Mount Zion, is in the far north. The far north is the North Star. The first heaven is where the third heaven is where the birds fly. The star's motion creates a mountain effect. The Greeks called it Mount Olympus. But they said in Psalms 49, it is our Creator's mountain, and heaven is located above the North Star. So what that also means is when Moses raises his staff to heaven, you know where he was looking now. Where Jesus looked to heaven and asked for a blessing to feed the people. Okay? So there's a lot to be learned by correcting the text and knowing the text, but it's covered up by them. Example, let me show you what happened here in this text, because I've done this. I think I've now been going about 2 hours here. Okay, this is the text that's in the New American Standard Bible. Okay, and I used the 1977 because I have this Bible program, which is no longer in existence. When I am doing all this, checking every word that's in the Bible, I came across this, and this is in Genesis, okay? And I click on the word which, and here's the Hebrew word, and they used it 1,924 times. Now, a lot of the words will be reasonably that you can say, yes, that's okay. But where'd they get the word storehouses? Steward, reason, anyone, deadly, and powder, all completely different. Okay. Now, example, here's the word so, and there's a Hebrew word. I know there's Hebrew words for each one of these words here as well, but they use the word so 7 times. So they aren't being truthful with staying to exactly what the word means. So much so that this will, I hope, make you laugh once you understand that text is really screwy. Click on the word boy, and it's actually a girl once. The word desert becomes a man's name 4 times. The word dove becomes a man's name once, and it's a very long name. But out of those little letters right there, they got this. The word nation, you got it, became a man's name 3 times. So now you've seen how it's proven by their own words, in their own words, that they have corrupted the text. Let me get back here, because do you know why you study the Bible? Well, this is why. Lastly, and the end of the reward for the study thereof, which means the Bible, the text that you're going to read, is just to have a fellowship with the saints and a participation of the heavenly nature. Not to go to heaven, just to have a participation of a heavenly nature. In other words, our Creator didn't create it. It's a heavenly nature that you're experiencing. So this is their own words. And I've gotten more. I mean, from the 1611 preface. I actually have it on the website that I'm pointing to below me, Jesus' Prophecy. And there will be a 1611 preface that has all 12 pages. And I've got highlighted many examples. For example, they also highlighted the word son and called it the Son of Righteousness with a capital R as well. So the Son of Righteousness, the sun god Ra, is the righteous one. So, but you don't know these things because you aren't told about it. They're hiding these things from you. Remember, Satan is in control of this earth. No argument about that. He's a deceiver. Those that are deceiving you, you need to, okay, I'm really going to pull out. I'm going to show you something that I know nobody's ever told you this before. Here it is. Malachi 2, verse 11. Judah. Now this is the kingdom Judah, has married the daughter of a foreign god. Well, how do you marry the daughter of a foreign god? I will tell you. You sit and meditate. And if you've ever studied mythology or went to college, it's a prerequisite that you have to study mythology. And Zeus, out of his forehead springs Athena. This is the vision of her when they're meditating, spring from his forehead. And at that time, when they see her, they have a sexual experience of a climax without a release. Okay? And so it's locked inside them, hermetically sealed or something like that. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. But the object is down here. These are words from Jeremiah. He's the last prophet. The queen of heaven is the moon goddess, okay? And they're out there saying that our forefathers are kings. It's not really the princes. It means they're leaders. They're scribes. They're judges. They're many of them are having this burning sacrifices and vowing to the queen of heaven. So let me show you some ancient pictures here. Here is the sun god Ra with this moon. This moon that you see on top of their female goddess, okay, is what they're talking about is that day that they have a special event that goes on with their body. If I told you a male's maleness retracts inside the body, then you know what this talks about. And what this is on the Vatican wall, okay? Vatican building, it's there, okay? Their maleness retracts inside their body. A female's rosebud, I'll be polite about it, becomes a long sword, okay? Thin and long like a sword, about 1.5 inches, thin like a sword. In 2002 Super Bowl, They had the female goddess raise up out of the center because this 2,000 years is their numbering of the stars. But the object is if you go and actually find the song that was sung, it was the song that they were singing was one world, two people. Those that know about the female goddess and those that don't know. This is an ancient symbol of those talking about this flight that they take and this bubble that comes about inside their body. Now you're saying, what? I know I'm going a little bit overboard. Hang in there with me, because when you study the Hebrew language, there is no J, O, or W in the Hebrew language. Yet the single letter O has been added to the Bible 1,096 times. Where you read the text and you're reading the sugar side of the text, you are reading little o God, o Creator. They're talking about the bubble that goes around in their body as, oh God, oh Lord, oh Holy Spirit. Okay? Now, for you to understand this bubble, if you slowly think from your forehead or your head down your body, down your arm to your hand, and go back and forth, by the third time, you're going to feel this energy moving back and forth up and down your arm. That is a bubble to them, okay? That's what happens to them right after they have this sex with the so-called female goddess on a crescent moon day. And that crescent moon day, take a look at any Islamic flag and see how Islam is tied to that day, okay? I even think their calendar is set that way. I think the Hebrews have their calendar set to it. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong there. But this is what I'm also worried about, that people have lost understanding about. They replaced our Creator's name, his name, 6,825 times for two titles. Two titles. Yet here, I can come down here and I can find the word title here and here, but all of a sudden the capital letter one is for Yah, okay? And it is used 48 times. So on top of this, there's actually 48 more times that you'll see capital letters. But here, under Yah, they say the name of the God of Israel. What if it truly means the name of our king from Israel? And that Israel means the nation Israel, okay? What that is, the name they gave Jesus is Yah. Let me show you how they did that and how I can prove that. In Psalm 149, here's that Yah. Praise Yah and sing to our Creator, Yahweh. I used as you've seen, I used two letters. And his praise, whose praise? Praise Yah. Rejoice in, not there, but our King, who after David was told by Nathan that through David's son seed shall come a king, and he will have a kingdom in heaven forever. Those words are the only words that tell you why you go to heaven, okay? But it has to be our Creator telling you that through David's son's seed shall they have a king in heaven. And that's why you start seeing the word salvation and Savior start showing in the text. Now, this is how I can prove that this is talking about Jesus, after you understand that the text and is talking about this, was it new song, the newness of the new promise from our Creator, not a covenant, but a new everlasting promise. Promises, 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 and then promise we get to go to heaven. Completely very, they knew this. This is what they were happy about, because I told you where heaven was at, because our Creator, when he described to Cain that your brother Abel is calling to me from the ground, that was for them at that time to understand that there's another place where they're going, another really dimension of time and space, is in the abyss. Okay? And you'll hear the words say, I'll be dragged. I think Israel is worried about his death of his son Joseph, and he says, I'll go down to Sheol in my gray hairs. Meaning that, yes, when he dies, he's going to go into the abyss. The word Sheol refers to, I did a search on all the words abyss and Sheol and decided the word abyss is better, because Sheol sounds like it's a city within the abyss, when it really, you look at each of the verses. But at that time, everybody soul was to be down there in the abyss. That's why this new song, why they have new words, not song, but new words to sing. And they're rejoicing that it's their king, from David's son's seed. Now let me show you, it starts with Abraham. When Abram was changed to name as Abraham, he's going to establish his everlasting promises, not covenant. And kings shall come forth from you. Okay, and that's Genesis 17:6. Now I have Genesis 18:8. And again, and in him, who are we talking about? King, one king, all the nations of the earth will be blessed. Blessing can only come from our Creator. What was that blessing? They didn't know. But again, from your seed will become this king over all the nations shall be blessed. The blessing was that they can go to heaven. Okay? So unless you're able to cross-reference the text back and forth to find the reason what words are really truly being said, you can't really correct every little word. To find the hidden formats, just try any of the first 9 Psalms. Those are pretty easy to find the structure of those Psalms and go from there. Here's Psalms 1, which you'll find is that these words will hook together. These words don't hook to this. It's completely separate. You can taste the difference. Okay? And then here, okay, I just got a flash from YouTube here. Let me lower the bit speed here. Maybe that'll help everybody out. Sorry, I got to do this. Was output. I'm at 45. I didn't change it from yesterday. Dropping it down to 4,000. It seems like I can stream at different rates. I can, like 6,000 easily for 6 hours on most of the days, but Saturdays and Sundays, my bit rate. So I've lowered my bit rate, so I'm hoping this stream is now smoother for you on YouTube there. And I'm also streaming on Kick at the same time. So I haven't got a message from Kick here yet that says they're having problems. But if I try to change these words to mean Jesus down here, it doesn't, because of these words here that are in yellow. So I tried to see if the text was Jesus, but they're not. So this is what it's going to look like. And then let's see. Here's 2 when you get to it. And these are just missing words, because once you understand these become format, these need to be grouped, these need to be grouped. There's just words that are missing, because actually they're all one story. And then there's a verse missing down at the bottom. These are a 3-verse format. Now, the words, where's something from David? Because there is a different style when David is Yeah, I got these as words from David. Okay. Now, this one's really bad because this text had to be placed with this text over here. This text can only be said because, what is it? They blotted out their, yeah, right here. Had us blot out their name. That can only come from the time when they were going above Edom and going into what today is known as Jordan, but it was the kingdom of Moab and Ammon before they went across the Jordan River into the Promised Land. But to blot them out, I know that that text comes at this time. But these words, when I jumble them back and forth, when you read this type of thing and read taste them, these are words from David, okay? And I've got other words from David. No. Because the events that are happening in these words are what dictates where I'm finding these words should belong to, of what priest or whatever who is saying these things. Words from, okay, here's a real good one from David. Perfect example of how David would talk. And why I know these are from David? This right here, this text right here. As soon as they heard it's me, they obeyed and submitted to me and came out trembling from their fortresses. This speaks to David's conquering or battling with Edom. I don't know how well you know the Bible, so let me tell you the story. One of the last battles that David ever fought, he heard the king of Edom had passed away, and he sent his ambassadors, or whatever you want to call them, advisors, to him, to his son, to tell him David's message. He agrees with him. There are other men sitting there with this king, new king in Moab, his son. They say David's spying out and he's going to take over the land. Okay. And so what they do is strip them down naked, shave their head and their beard, and they send them out, and they don't go back to Jerusalem. They stay hidden by the mountain, and they have somebody go and tell David what has happened to them. And let me see here. So you got an idea of what I'm talking about. Oops, where's Joseph to the Promised Land here? Because I've got plenty of maps that I've made up. So how come is it okay? I just got to find it now. Because what that happens is, whoops, come on, get out of here so I can click it. This was the path that they took to go down to Edom. And what happened was David was pissed. And he was going to go kill the guy for doing what he's doing for him, because our Creator says you're not supposed to cut your hair or your beard. That's a direct order from our Creator. Okay? And here he did that to his advisors. But the guys down there, they're from up here in Damascus, they gathered together and were coming to fight him. David took his commander and said, you go fight these guys down here, and I'll fight these guys up here. After they killed him, David went all the way up here, and he collected all the iron and gold and silver and bronze at that time, and the rest of them from that time on ended up having to pay tribute to David. So all of a sudden, David made all these guys pay tribute to him. But this is what he's talking about here in there. When he went to their fortresses and they heard it was him, they all said, hold on, don't come in. We'll give you whatever you want. And it is really a nice words from David. I mean, you can tell that those are David's words. let's see, from his last battle. So if you want to take a screenshot and read that over a couple times, that is David's words. That's what I'm able to do when I'm revealing the hidden formats. The text becomes truth, and then from it, there's very reasonable understanding that what time these even words were said. This has to be at least 24,000 years old or 2,400 years old. But that's what the first writers wrote from David. David didn't write, he wrote. Okay. In my down below, I have my website. You go there. Our Creator has a hidden format within the Bible itself. Not like anything like I'm showing you. You need 3 rules to find most of them, and you need a 4th rule to combine one of the last formats that found. But when I do I do 24 books, anything that's recorded about our kings, from Genesis up to Samuel, and then the prophets, I go through them. And then I only took the 4 books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. And what I found when I put the pieces together, when you read that, are what I say is Wyvie's everlasting promises. Now, the text isn't solid yet, like a rock, like what I want. I got to do like 300 more videos of teaching how I found them and that. But there are plenty of PDFs that I made that you can look at to see where they come from and where I put them together. Because I kept where they were coming from together until one of the last compiling of everything. But actually, from the 4 books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, there were 2,900 and I'm thinking like 45 formats, or not, so paragraphs of different format styles. When I took those styles and put them all together, they made a larger true story. And then I put them in order because the text within the text was telling me where to put it. And it has the correct order of where the disciples were found, in the order that they were told to follow him. And it actually has the last 7 or 8 days, depends how you read the text, of Jesus in Jerusalem. Now, to be that descriptive, let me show you what happens here, what happened when I did the Kings. When I did the Kings, and notice how I've got the years. These years are so accurate and placed in the event of that king's years. This 38 years, it does not mean 38 years. You can see 35 is only this much and 39 is this much. It's the event that is happening and right about here within this being 38 years. These other kings had stories that talked to this guy or with this king. This is the only one that I did not have to correct. All the others, I only had to correct one of the numbers, okay? And when you put all these numbers together, I'm claiming that I'm only off 1 or 2 years, either or, plus or minus, of all the years of the king. That's how exact our Creator's hidden formats are. And what this does is gives you a really good example of the knowledge that comes from correcting the text by our Creator's hidden formats. Now, with that, I'm going to tell you the truth. Our Creator made me see him 8 times. Okay? The first time when I think I was 6, my folks told me I had a nightmare and go back to bed. But what happened at 6 years old, our Creator made me see him. I still remember every moment of that today. Never have forgotten one little bit about it. And for other than that, the other 7 times, there is a video that I have put out that's called Self-Proof of Afterlife. Self-Proof of Afterlife. In that video, I tell you how males as young as 13 can do this practice 3 times and understand that they have a soul because they're going to end up in the abyss. Your REM state that you sleep under, you're actually in the abyss, and you have only your soul. But this time, under what I tell you in that video, you're going to remember every moment, and you're going to remember all 3.5 hours of it. And you're going to remember everything. And you're going to talk to the dead people. You get to ask them, who are you? And they're going to tell you, well, we used to live on earth and we're dead. We are the gods. Okay? So in there, I give warnings that don't battle them. Me, I was out there and I was telling them about Jesus, and he's the king and we have a creator, and I told them this is the abyss. And they didn't like that. When they try to kill you, they try to freeze your body so you don't return to the earth. You will die if our creator doesn't redeem you, which means all of a sudden you're released, you look up and you're seeing our creator. Brilliant purity, white light. I have to degrade our creator here and say like a circle, but not a circle, because I've seen his hand come out through the light. Okay, so from within the light, our creator exists, but that's the way he shows himself to me 7 times. And if you think you're righteous enough, I'll tell you how to go in there and battle him. I tell you what Satan looks like. I battled with Satan. So I have this knowledge of saying that every male out there should have this self-proof of afterlife. Because once you don't need 3 times, but you do it once, you will know you have a soul. Okay? And the problem with is these men that I told you about who meditate to have sex with the female goddess. Their practice is that this bubble that goes around their body becomes their god, and they become this god. And when they leave their body and they go out of their body, let me show you some of what I'm talking about. First, if you search the word Kundalini on whoops, better be smaller than that. You've seen these pictures of them with all this stuff going on within the body. That's what they're doing. They're sitting and meditating to have a sex with the so-called female goddess. Okay? So that's what all these are about. Okay? But what it is the Buddhists, you must remain single. See that crescent moon again? And then the bubble, and then it can ascend. They let that out of their body through their head. If you notice, some of them learned how to hold it there for a while and then let it burst out of their body. This means they know the highest practice of this before they wanted to die. These are from Tibet. In the high mountains of Tibet, this is their practice. And if you can see down here how it brings about death, but they've released it to become a star in heaven. They thought they were going to become among the gods in heaven. That's how old this practice is and how they've been deceived. And over the years, from this here, they've now got it to where their bodies are like, don't need to go through this strenuous act to do the same thing, to leave their body and die and mummify themselves. And there's actual bodies inside these golden Buddhas that they got here. But that's their way of life And when I say a man's maleness retracts inside his body, I'm talking about what mankind means when you say the word mankind. So mankind has now a new meaning to you. I know I went quite in depth, but I want you to know that you are actually witnessing prophecy. This is Jesus's prophecy, and when you clean up the text, let me see here. Should be here. This is the prophecy of Jesus talking about the helper. The helper is all in brown, the words from Jesus, and then our Creator's words are Him. And it's talking about, I will ask our Father to give them a helper. Now it says Holy Spirit. It's really a soul for truth. The word spirit, I will explain in a minute as being able to be a soul or breath. But it has to be a soul for truth. Okay, and He will, because they cannot observe me, this is all about what I'm going to do here. And down here it says, for my name, He will teach them everything and bring them, by bringing them for their remembrance of the words I have said. And that's what I'm doing. Now there's more text about the helper, and these are them as well. He will guide them in truths about me. He will not speak of His own wants. He will speak and reveal them to what came from me. Okay? He will respect me, and so on. So Jesus has finally sent me to the earth to do what He is saying in these words. Now, when I say the word spirit is meaning different meanings, let me show you some words here from Isaiah chapter 11, verse 2. These are the seven spirits: the spirit of wisdom, the spirit of understanding, the spirit of counsel, the spirit of strength, and the spirit of knowledge, and the spirit of fear, and the Spirit of the Lord will rest upon him. Okay? Now, I'm going to explain that as the baptism in just a second. The word spirit can be used as the word breath 31 times. It can mean wind. It can mean spirits. It can mean ghosts. It can mean words coming out of your mouth. Example, inspiration. What is that? They didn't have the concept of a mind. That would be consciousness. Okay? They couldn't explain it, so it was a spirit. Like diseases were caused by a spirit. Okay? Now, when I'm talking about this spirit rested upon him, let me go get the words that I'm looking for here. These are the words that when Jesus went up from the water, and behold, the heavens were opened. And I had to add the word S here. Now you know where they were looking when our heaven opened up and they could see the North Star. They opened. He saw the Spirit of God, the breath of God descending. So it's a fog that's descending as a dove. Okay, now the word dove is very, very important here. When you watch a dove or a pigeon, when they fly, they flap and then they leave their wings open and then they'll fly again. So their wings are open. So when they come down to the ground to land on a flat surface, their wings are open, and then all of a sudden when they flap them up, they go up and then they go down. This is what means the words coming upon him. Okay? These are words that they're saying that came from our Creator here. I will put my Spirit upon him, and he shall proclaim justice to the Gentiles. Now, this is coming from Jesus, and the Spirit of the Lord is upon me. Now, you also have to understand, in the story that after Jesus is given this anointment, okay, or the Spirit from our Creator anointing him, you have to understand the word anointment means that to become a priest, they take from Moses, we get this from Moses, at the time when they were establishing the priest and the attendants that are needed to do the sin offering by not obeying the 12 commandments. So 12 commandments are the sins, because our Creator said they need to be a sin offering. They needed to have the oil poured on their head. The oil comes from sitting on a table in his meeting room with him, and it's on a table that also has bowls of wheat. But the oil is used to fill the lamps up to be lit from morning to evening. Okay, this oil is used to anoint kings, also to anoint the priests going in. For Jesus to fulfill every statute and commandment and law by our Creator, to become a priest, he needed to be anointed. This is why when the words from our Creator descended as a dove and came upon him, is what Jesus is talking about as his anointment. Just as I showed it, the Spirit of the Lord will come upon him. And then what happens after this, in the text itself, Jesus then is at a place where they're lowering a paraplegic from the roof, and he says, your sins are forgiven. A priest is only able to go in and ask our Creator for forgiveness. Our Creator, when he anointed him as a priest to be able to forgive sin. That's why he's the king in heaven, and he gets to decide who gets to be in his kingdom. And then you also notice that Jesus controls the water, the air, and he does not walk on water. The story of the water is the waves are battering the boats. You have to understand that the Lake Galilee is almost round, and he was going from here to here, which is only a couple miles. But the wind was battering the boats, meaning that it has to have whitecaps that slowed them down. And then one of the disciples said, a ghost. There's two stories about Jesus over the water. So when he says a ghost, what does a ghost do? Jesus was gliding over the water when he came to them. Couldn't have walked over every white cap that was there. It just doesn't make sense. But when we have the words ghost, we know that the text needs to be corrected, and he glided over the water to become them. But those are the things that after this anointment by our Creator's breath coming upon him, that he was able to do. So he did this all in 1 year. All 1 year. From the passing over, when the passing over begins, to the next Passover day when he was, they went to the tombs and seen that his tomb, which is a tomb is described as the plate that there, or the bench or whatever we want to call it, was placed, the body, and it was gone. To understand why it was his body wrapped with cloth, and then them putting all these herbs or spices around his body, is because at that time they knew that sometimes the body was not dying. Now there's an example that we have of this in the Black Plague years, that when the grave robbers went through and digging up the bodies and trying to steal the jewelry off of them, that when they came there in the morning and they seen him, they noticed on the lids for the coffin on the back side were scratch marks from them trying to claw them way out. They were buried alive. They looked dead, but they buried alive. What they did do is then they went and tied a string onto their hand to a bell. So then they put a grave watcher on the graveyards to listen for the bell ringer, the dead bell ringer. That's where a dead ringer is, where the words originally came from. Okay? That's the truth of those words. At their time, they knew that. So when they wrapped them with cloth and then put the spices, that was to keep the bugs from getting to the body, and it was to be laid there for 3 days. So what happened is they also put a stone that they can roll on and off for these to get into what I call the tombs, because there's going to be several of these tombs there. And Jesus was laid on one of the tombs. On a tomb with many tombs around him. So that means that on the first day of the year, he had already been gone from his body. He was already given in his body, and then he appears to them again. And the angel who was shining in his glory, which means he was glowing white, and he had his wings on. That's what the angels appeared in their glory to the shepherds when they told the shepherds that Jesus has been born. So all this whiteness of his tent for meeting being white, the house being white, the shining white, Jesus coming from his light to be our light, these are purposely placed to help us understand our Creator is a being of light. And when we enter into heaven, we too will have a white soul with wings, okay? But I know I've said a lot. So when I say that, or when you ask what conspiracy are we debunking, now you know with great authority why there's a conspiracy that needs to be broke up. Because once everybody understands that the hidden formats that I'm showing can be done by anybody, the words will be different by everybody, but it gives me the fact that telling people that this is repeatable by anybody, then they will trust me by me telling you or them and everybody else that a Creator made me see him, and he has given me his hidden formats within the Bible. Because when you see the multitude of pieces from all these books, and I'm able to put them into 180,000 words to be a story from the beginning to Jesus's last 8 days, and then the last day on earth when he ascends to heaven. So now you know where he ascended to when he left the disciples and what he told them the last days that he was walking with them before he ascended. The text is a message from our Creator to everyone on the world that those with high morals will be going to heaven, and those that have been truly been corrupted, or so much evilness has been brought upon that person that their whole life is going to be forgiven and they will get to enter into heaven. An example, people will think Judas is to go into hell. Our Creator gave Judas the choice to do what he did, but Judas had to do that for Jesus to end up being crucified. So Judas was actually doing our Creator's will. How can our Creator judge that against Judas for him to be in hell forever? I say for sure I'm going to meet Judas in heaven, for the simple fact that he only did that one act that is the betrayal act, and that betrayal act is actually kissing Jesus on the lips, because the Jews at that time, and I say Jews are the ones that are having this sex with a female goddess, so they don't believe in our Creator and don't believe any of the text, and rewrote all this stuff for them, and deceived everybody else since then, that the Jews were in control of the people as to be able to arrest them. They confessed to Pontius Pilate that we can't kill him because you told us we can't kill him. We can judge him, we can punish him, but you're the only one that can kill him. That's why they got their people together to force Pilate to put him on kill him by crucifixion. But Judas had to do that, and the law was, by our Creator, two men can't sleep together, two women can't sleep together. That's just wrong. And they would kiss. That was not true, or was a law that could be arrest, and then he could have been punished for it. But they wanted to kill him, so they had to bring him to Pontius Pilate. Everybody thinks it's a kiss on the cheek. It can't be a kiss on the cheek. I mean, Jesus says, what is it up here? The one that I'm doing right now. For a few days I was with you by his house, teaching my gospel. Jesus says, I was with you right here. I didn't change those words right here. I was with you. Okay. So the high priests and the priests, or the highest priests, that are absolutely able to go into the courtyard and into his house for meeting with him, they were against Jesus. And they knew that that was written in the law, and they used that law and paid Judas 30 silver, and a silver was worth 1 day's wages working in the field. So, I see someone from Kick here. How you doing? Ever researched Jordan Maxwell? I don't need to. I just spent maybe 25 minutes explaining how our Creator made me see him and the knowledge he's given me, and I don't need to even research Jordan Maxwell. I'm sure you respect him and understand what he says, but there's an understanding of a text that I know nobody else knows. When I say our Creator is a being of light, okay, there is, let me see if I can dig the psalm up that's kind of says that, and it can only be a high priest that says these words. Righteous priest, no, could be from David's last year. Land. I've done so many of them. I'm only on 22 here, and I've done like 40 of them here, or no, 60 of them. So I got to. Getting close to the end, and I shouldn't be there. Because in one of the Psalms, yeah, I don't have it listed yet. It's still on my other computer. Because I actually I'm on Twitch from like 6:30 on Monday through Friday. Or no, on Twitch. Yeah, on Twitch, Monday through Friday. And that's on another computer. I use two computers, this one for Saturday and Sunday, and the other one for days of the week. In one of the Psalms, it talks about how a priest goes into the holy room and he bows with reverence before the light of his presence. When you see those words, that tells you they were seeing our Creator as light, even up to the time of Hezekiah. Now, who is Hezekiah? I got to show the timeline that I showed these other people here. This timeline is put together by our Creator's hidden formats in the text. This king was actually meditating to have sex with a so-called female goddess and started putting her images in the house. And he built an altar for the horse gods. And the text that I was just talking about comes from, I think it's either, I don't know what priest, but it comes from this time because it's talking about how these people are already gone. So it comes within the years that these guys have been sent away, which is like right through here. So the timeline of that text comes from right through here. And I know that all these years that our Creator was appearing to them since they made the tent for meeting with him, all the way back here to the time when Moses first built his house. That's roughly 400 and some odd years that our Creator was appearing as light above his mercy seat. But our Creator's hidden formats dictated all these kings, the story when they knew each other, who they talked to, who they argued with, are all this is coming from our Creator's hidden formats. Let me show you something else that I've done. When I use this because I'd already cleaned up Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John here just to show you what's right or wrong. Matthew starts out with a genealogy, okay? Starts out with a genealogy. Well, when you go to Luke, there's another genealogy. So which one is true? Okay. Now, when I say that, let me go here and say, hey, take a look at this. Matthew, Mark, and Luke. These are the list of the disciples. And actually, one of them has 13. But these guys are supposed to know each other, and yet none of them have the same names in any of the other disciples. Okay. I've listed all of them here to reference them by color, what was going on, who's who, and this would be a double in the yellow and the green. And then when you do that, you still end up with 15. And these guys are supposed to know each other. Okay, so you know that these books were not written by them, but the text was written by true believers of Jesus, gathered the information, then the bad guys came in, said it's not true, tore it all up, destroyed everything, and wrote it themselves and put it in Greek. That way they could explain it to the people, not in Hebrew, that you had now learned Greek to learn what Jesus was saying. And these guys that are editing the text don't know the difference between day and night. Example, what was it? Or is it in the Genesis? And our Creator created the day and night. Well, actually, our Creator defined a day as starting from when the sun is not seen, and twilight, and then night, and then daylight, back to this twilight, is a day. So a day is night and daylight. None of the text in anywhere the Bible has night and day. It's always day and night. And that's because they're on the Ra, the sun god, okay? Now, have you ever heard Jordan Maxwell say that? Because you're asking the question if I've ever researched or Jordan Maxwell. And I want to apologize to both of you. I have, or both groups here, I have not gotten the program to actually get a chat together as one chat. I've tried several times. I still can't get it to work right. So I don't know. I've got to find somebody to know how to do that and pay them to come over to my place and do that. And then someday the chats from both areas will be seen together. So the ones who are commenting on YouTube will see Kick, and Kick will see a YouTube's post. So until that happens, I'm sorry. It's kind of hidden where I'm talking, and above me, I've got all that blacked out because that's where I have them, so I can instantly see your text to me. Now, this, if I get back to the text now and say that, okay, these are the words that I've had to add. The green are correcting words to end up with these words here. And then if I take them forward, I can say, even in the King James, these are the words that are absolutely not truthful. Okay? Because I just got done explaining how our Creator makes himself seen by the high priest. So he is, the tent and house was made for meeting with him. Okay? A temple is where they put a false god in and make an image of him, and people go in and worship him. We still have the temple of Zeus or whatever around. But the thing here is whenever you see that, how come these editors are not correcting this text? Okay. The word scripture I went through has to be the word prophecy here, must be fulfilled. And I have to tell you, it comes from Isaiah to actually make sense of what he's talking about here. So, but I'm up here. Example, Matthew 5:20, Jesus says, unless your righteousness surpasses that of the scribes, you will not enter my kingdom. Therefore, he knew the scribes were corrupting the text. And as your obedience makes you righteous to our Creator, and your righteousness and your obedience surpasses these scribes, then you're able to correct the text. And then when you do it, you have no problem that you're not going to heaven. But this is a command from Jesus. And what I was doing before I spent some time with you, I was on Mark 9:1, and I was still correcting the text, and I was just about to clean it up to see if I was needed to add any more to this text. So, but it is definitely talking about when Jesus comes in the second coming, and not like the way they said it here. So this is why these words are here. They're not kingdom, it's angels. Whoops, this didn't get taken out. From our Creator coming with his power. This is Jesus coming with his power from our Creator at the second coming. Now, whoops, saying didn't get taken out as well. And how come this didn't go here? Why did I? all this should be small 8 point. So yeah, I got to get rid of this here. I hit a button, don't know what I did. And the word and gets taken out. And this gets taken out. Well, now that I've got it all highlighted correctly, let me redo this. Still missed a few here. Oops, I hate that this program will not keep my format, because we definitely have no proper English back in those days. But well, let me see what happens when I do this. Okay. He told them, this is Jesus speaking, so I have to, he told them, there are some of those who are standing here who will not taste death, for they will. Okay. Now, what I didn't do was I corrected this. I guess that, yeah, I don't see any editing in there. So he told them, there are some of those that are here, staying here, will not taste death. Well, to do that, I need to say that this is all untrue, and there are some who will not taste death. Now we have the true understanding of what Jesus was saying about his second coming. That's what's being revealed here, because the text above it, and where is it? The text that's above this talks about these with the glory of his Father and the holy angels. He comes in the glory of his Father. Jesus talking stupid again in 3rd verse. But this is why I know that these words were talking about his second coming and not the truth, or not the way they have Jesus being stupid, or those that believe in Trinity. God, Jesus is stupid. There is no Trinity. Maybe I should show you guys that. Jesus actually tells us what is Holy Spirit. That's right. In Jesus' own words, he defines what a Holy Spirit is. Whoops, no, that's gospel. Gospel. No, no. Oh, I thought I lost that. I pushed a lot of buttons, so I could have deleted it. These two verses, Jesus is talking about Holy Spirit here. Now, I showed you, let me get back to this in a second. I showed you here how the, whoops, not there, here, that the word spirit in the, this is coming from Isaiah, so this is the Hebrew. Spirit can mean wind, breath, mind, which is consciousness, inspiration, thoughts, and used as spirit or a ghost in the as the word ghost I know is used once in the Hebrew side, but this is used in Matthew. But when the Spirit is used as breath or words, Jesus, you understand, is saying the Spirit of our Father who speaks not in you, but through you. Okay? And there's two examples of this. Luke, where Zacharias prophesies. He can't prophesize by the Holy Spirit. He has to prophesize because our Creator is speaking out of his mouth. It didn't say that the thoughts came to him, as down here, what Jesus is going to teach us is that he gives you the thoughts. But up here, he prophesies about John. What's John going to do? Elizabeth, too. She is filled with his holy words or breath, and she doesn't say these. She prophesied. How'd she know Jesus was blessed, or Mary was blessed with a fruit in her womb? And we got to say, Jesus is called a fruit. Would you put text like that if you were to write about your king? So I corrected it by saying son. But these two examples back up what Jesus is saying here. So now they also have Jesus calling our Creator's words and it, or it is. It is you, not who speaks. It is the Spirit of our Father. How can somebody write those words? It is. Or even says whatever is given to you at that hour. Whatever is our Creator's words. So you wouldn't say whatever. You would be more detailed, and you would tell everybody that our Creator spake to me, and this is a prophecy. But these two verses Jesus is telling us that it's words from our Creator, and these two verses tell us that that's how come they were able to prophesy. These two verses, Jesus tells us that he will teach you by his words that very hour what you're about to say. So that's your thoughts. Then Jesus tells you, I cast out demons by the word from our Creator that I can do this. Okay? So that's Jesus' own words. Now, I don't have any of these words really cleaned up except for the blue here. But that's Jesus defining what is Holy Spirit. Okay, so there's no Trinity. Jesus does not agree with that. Jesus is defining what is Holy Spirit as our Creator's words coming out of people's mouths. I know that people like saying, well, a book written by Paul, or is it Paul, says Jesus is God. Well, in Timothy, 1 Timothy, I'm thinking somewhere in chapter 2, Saul, he tells him, when I was Saul, I blasphemed the Creator. And now blaspheme really means cursed our Creator. There's a law that when they came out of the Sinai, that an Egyptian son was arguing with an Israeli son, and he cursed our Creator. And when they took that argument to Moses, Moses asked our Creator what we do, and he said, kill him. And that's part of the 12 commandments. You're supposed to stay on to your Creator and understand your Creator and give him respect. Now, that knowing that cursing was killed by our Creator, blasphemy has to be that he was cursing our Creator. You've heard atheists today curse our Creator. That's not really blasphemy. But he said that himself in the text of Timothy. But when you read in Matthew, Jesus says, anyone who blasphemes will not go to heaven. So, if you say that Jesus really meant to say, or was to say, who curses our Creator, he will not even allow into heaven. And yet we got Paul writing 13 books, and he's never going to go to heaven. Because Jesus said that he's not going to heaven. If you say Paul's words are correct, you just call Jesus a liar, and everything Jesus says becomes questionable. Is it even true that he's Jesus? Okay, you could argue that because you want to say that the guy who is never going to heaven wrote those words, and Jesus says he's not going to heaven. So you're believing something that cursed our Creator, and Jesus already said that ain't happening. He ain't going to be in my kingdom. I don't care what happens to him. So now there is a proverb by Jesus that does define people can be evil for, if your life is 12 hours long, 11 of them you aren't onto him, onto our Creator. That last hour, you can still receive the reward. Jesus has this prophecy of a king going out to the marketplace, picking up workers, and promises them 1 silver for a day's work. And he sends them out there, and he goes at the hour of the 4th hour of the day, the 6th hour, and even up to the 11th hour, he goes and finds them. And then that's the end. He's back there at the field where everybody's working. The day is over, and he starts giving each one of them a coin of the same reward. And the meaning of that coin is you all get the same reward. You all get to come to heaven because you worked more than 1 hour of your life truly obeying our Creator. So that's the true meaning of that proverb. So when I say that a blasphemer will never enter into heaven, he's got to really truly have that 1/12 of his life at the end of his life really, really, truly obeying our Creator. So I trust Jesus when he says a blasphemer or those that curse our Creator will never come into heaven. And I'm really thankful that he won't let them there. Why would you want to hang around with somebody forever that is knowing that he really went around cursing our Creator was more than 90% of his life? Okay, so the other proverb that I was thinking about that a lot of people don't really quite understand is how a camel can go through the eye of the needle. But you have to understand, Jesus is explaining that he is the needle. He is the one to say, the sharp end is, no, you don't get to come to the kingdom of heaven. And the other one is, enter through the kingdom of heaven. So when Jesus tells the prophecy of how the camel can go through the eye of the needle, you now know what Jesus was actually telling in a proverb. Okay, no, or pass into my kingdom. So with that, I've got to make sure that these words here are saying that there are some, Jesus told them there are some, comma, who will not taste death. Now that means what this now all says is his second coming. Man is supposed to see him, and man means male and female. I'm not using the secular term. Man means male and female. In the heavens, we're going to see a large alien force coming that's so large that it's going to upset the earth. Everybody on earth is going to be looking to the sky. And it's actually Jesus coming with his angels from our Creator and with our Creator's power to come to man and say, all those that are living that are for me are coming into heaven right now. And those bodies drop, and those that he's going to send to the abyss drop, and no more existence of man on earth. And then everyone that's down in Sheol, or the abyss, those that I have explained that have that part of their life that since they've died down there, they're obedient to our Creator down there in the abyss. I'm sure there's a few of them that have changed their mind down there. And if they're obedient down there, He will call them up out of the abyss into heaven. And then whoever else that's down there, hell is then created and forever divided from our Creator. Okay? Now, our Creator can still change His mind because forever to us is a long time. Our Creator is. So even it took them 1 trillion years before they were finally convinced that our Creator exists. And maybe for 1 trillion years after that, they were very obedient to Him in hell. Maybe our Creator's mercy will allow them back into heaven. But there are no words. That's just my guessing. But I think I've got this cleaned up now. So let's go take a look at it, what it looks like here about what King James did to this text. Because like I said, King James and the New American Standard Bible, I think King James is like 80% of all Bibles sold. So assuredly, okay, well, like I said, the word said is not strong enough. When you got words this dominating, He told them, okay? He told them. So the word said is not being used right because this here is not correct. I've got verses that Jesus said to them, and it's in a question mark. So it had to be Jesus asked them. But you'll find that when you do the text yourself, and I hope you take at least Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John into a word processor and make a bunch of macros and really seriously take out the oversalted words and then clean it up, toss them out, keep the copy, and then start again, do it again. Talk to our Creator. Our Creator's going to teach you. You and our Creator are going to talk to each other about these words. And all of a sudden, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen to you. You're going to say, I remember this verse says this, because you've studied it and you've read it 30, 40 times. You'll say, this is what this text means. I know that they mean this together, so I can now correct these two. And once that starts happening, you'll find pieces coming together, come together, and the more you will correct the text, and who's teaching you? It'll be our Creator teaching you. Okay? So that's what I encourage you to do. Other than that, I know for sure that on my website, it's the only book I've got there. It's Wyvie's Everlasting Promises. And when you read that, it is in his formats. And you'll see some people have complained to me that it's hard to read text like this. Well, I'm sorry, but that's the way they wrote, and that's the way our Creator wants the message to be told. Because, example, what I've told you guys about this right here, I've had to do a lot of explaining. I had to talk for 20 minutes sometimes to get to all this. I mean, it takes me, maybe it took a little longer to do just one verse. Maybe it took me actually 40 minutes to get through this one verse to tell you what they all mean. Because who will not taste death? Who are those? Okay? Because is it really not taste death? Who will not die? Maybe is the correct word. Maybe I've got it wrong here because I've been talking a little bit too much. Is saying the word death. Will not die. You have to put I here and then get rid of this. Who will not die, for they will see me with my angels. That's more correct. So yeah, I've got to come down here and I've got to correct this stuff down here. That taste is wrong. Who will not die, for they will see me with angels from Our Creator coming with his power. Plain and simple, he was telling them about the second coming in this text. But you wouldn't believed it if you would have read it like this. In fact, you wouldn't know how to make sense out of that, other than what I've explained about his second coming is in here. So let's see, it's only been about 3 hours, so let me start another one. And I will take this, send that to the bottom, come up here, because I've got, like I said, many of these sentences that Jesus is just not speaking what he should be saying. Actually, he said the same thing in Luke as well. Luke 9:7. So let me do Luke 9:7, and because what happens is when you learn from one, like I said, these pieces will go together, and then between the two stories, the pieces will even come together to make a longer story that we can say this is the truth of what Jesus was saying, because it's fully explained, or better explained, because some words will be more important in the verse. And let me go back to BibleHub.com, go up here, do this, grab these verses from here to here. I'm glad they are grouped together. And then paste them here. And I'm going to remember right now that they're a different format. So all right. And then I don't use this one because I have the concordance. And then, so I'll let you guys read this, and I will go get the other text. Taste death. There we are, right there. Standing here, who will not taste death. And it looks like it's going to become the same thing, but let me go over here and prep this Bible program. And I said it was, what is it, Luke? I'll start with 27. Oh, it is 27, so I gotta move this up. Get the text before it. Okay, now I need to go over here so I can get a screenshot of the text. Do not forget to come over here, get back to you, and bring it now over here. And here again, we can see that it's going to be talking about his glory, talking stupid Jesus, talking in third person, doesn't even know who he is, doesn't know he's a son for man. This would be a perfect time to say that the word of is for man, because he's for everybody when he's coming back, going to come for his, or those with high morals, and those he's giving mercy to come into heaven. Okay? So this would be not son from man, but son for man. Be ashamed when he comes. Okay, he's talking about just another person, not them, but him. But it's a whoever here is, because it becomes one him. Anyways, truth some will standing here will not taste death until they see the kingdom from God of God. Well, I'm not seeing much of that text that is really different. I thought there might have been more words than that. So I'm not going to do this one. I'm going to move on to something else here, because pretty much we know that it's, yeah, this is, let me see here. Grab that verse and see if it's almost copied. And I'm going to just drop it here to see how close it is. Well, they got a lot more words in the verse, but truly I say, there are some who standing here, yeah, these are the exact words, who will not taste death until they see. Yeah, okay. Oh, even though, and this is what's different. So if I would have done this one first, then I could have said, hey, we could add this to this verse here and be together. See, that's what will happen when you combine them together like that. So let me make sure I get rid of that and then save it. And let me find another verse that Jesus is, they made a fool of him. They made a fool of him. Okay. Matthew 12:28. Whoops, I gotta grab it. And I'm sure you're spotting the words already, what I'm gonna be mad about here in the text. So did the kingdom of God come upon you? Okay. Okay. He's casting out devils, demons, and demons. But the kingdom of God has come upon you. That is just some stupid words. So let me go here in the other program, find that verse. Matthew 12. Um, no, thank you there. Whoops. I don't know what I'm doing here. It's when I click the F1 button in a Word, it goes, or in a file folder, it really does some weird stuff. It brings up things I have never seen. And I've worked in computers when they're 290 or X286s or 284s, something very early in the computer world. My website was up before 9 million web pages were actually up. I cast out demons because of you, or because of God. Of God. Okay. Oh, Beelzebul. Now we have the name for Satan. Cast out Satan and then Satan. Well, I should have grabbed them words for Jesus being stupid. If I cast out Satan, he is divided against himself. Oh, that's a proverb. That's why I don't want to do that. What I do is a proverb. I'll show you how stupid he is. But and if by Beelzebul I cast out demons, so there's two different ones. But since that's come up, just nothing but deception going on. But consequently, thou shalt be your judges. Okay, talking about the sons, which would mean disciples, cast them out. Shall be your judges. Okay, but I think that's not what the story is going to be. It's just going to be here that I'm going to say that, look, you don't know that the kingdom of it would be, first of all, it has to be my kingdom, okay? Now, and it has to be from, and it has to be from our Creator, so all capital letters. This, I'll just say I'm oops, here. Oh, I hit the button. Nah, all of a sudden it's going to give me, just a second, I got to shut that off. It's starting to track my changes, and I don't want that. All markup, no markup. I want to accept it. Stop there, okay. Because all of a sudden the text was going to go red. It's going to start giving lines all over the place, so I didn't want to do that or have that show up. But if, no, if I, Jesus is saying, if I cast out demons by the Spirit of God, we know here that it's not spirit, but we don't know words. By words from, I guess I copy that. From God. You notice how they're making his name a title. Jesus doesn't know our Creator's name. He doesn't give him a correct title except for God. Okay, so Jesus here has to get the Spirit from God to do what he's doing. But the problem here is we know that we can correct his name here. Now, I showed you that, where'd they go? Got a mess out here. That when they removed his name and made it 2 titles, I went and investigated these letters. Strong's has 2 words for his name, but the thing here is no J, O, or W can ever be used in the English language to be correctly said. So with this, can't use that. This got the right letters. In the Hebrew language, a lot of times the H on the end is silent, so some people are using just this name. But if you get rid of all the English alphabets or vowel soundings to say these words, we have these 2 words or 2 letters in English. The Hebrews have a way they pronounce each of these letters, and I believe it is Yahweh. So to get as closest to his name as I can get it, this is the way I do this. I say sometimes Yahweh, and I sometimes say YV. So with that knowledge, Jesus is going to tell us exactly, because he's talking to other Israelis who would have known at that time, or, well, they're supposed to be Israelis, but they're Jews. They're against him. So I get rid of that title. When they used the word God a lot of times, it was that they were comparing to foreigners, their God, our God type of situation, to understand, to let the pagans understand who we're talking about. But they would also say, we don't have a God. We have a creator, because he created the nation Israel. He's the one that brought us out. And his name is why he brought us out. But he's our creator, and he even created our nation. He created the universe. He created us, but he also created us as a nation. And those born here understand that. So Jesus is going to be talking to those that have left the belief or the knowledge that our creator was actually talking to Israelis, and still, like I showed you, appearing, I know that I didn't bring up the psalm that says that he's actually appearing to them as light up until the time of Hezekiah. And I did shorten his name down. You'd have to look up Hezekiah, or IAH at the end, Hezekiah. But, okay. And this has come upon you. That can't be true. So how is this trying to be said? But if I cast, well, we know the word if, Jesus is lying, because he did that. He's been casting them out, healing people. And a lot of times, diseases was brought on by spirit, we know now bacteria. They call it a spirit. And the funny thing is that when you do a search on the word spirit, I think it's 39 times there's an unclean spirit, whatever that means. If you say unclean spirit, aren't you talking about a demon? So the object is unclean spirit can be put together as one word as demon and get rid of all that stuff and correct those verses. But the object here is when he's casting out, that's while they understood it at that time that demons were causing them problems. We're a little bit more knowledgeable, but you have to put yourself in their understanding of life 2,000 years ago when Jesus was on earth, in the 1,000, maybe 4,000 years before Jesus, how it was understood. They didn't have that knowledge. In fact, the Hebrew language is said to only have like 30,000 words. By 12th grade, I think we have like 60,000 words in our vocabulary. So, but if I cast out demons, I guess cast out is correct because he's casting them out, just like as if they were to be cast out of their nation. And he wouldn't need the word but. He would directly tell them, I cast out demons. And this has to be by our Creator. By the words from YV. Okay, I don't need YV here. I would say his anointment, but he didn't get anointed. He was healing people before that, so that's not right. I cast out demons. I cast out demons from the words from YV. By words. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to live with the word by. I cast out demons by words from YV. Like YV told him to do it, he's commanded to do this. So we don't have any text of Jesus telling us when he was told to start his favorable year of the Lord, of him walking around doing all these things. But I'm sure our Creator was talking to him. So to be compared to a prophet says he's heard words from our Creator. He's seen our Creator. That type of language has to come out of their mouth. Jesus would have said or been commanded by our Creator, this is going to be your favorable year of the Lord, and you can now do these things, and I'll be with you to do these. Because it's actually our Creator doing these, and this is what Jesus is explaining here. So I'm trying to make sure that these words are Jesus telling you where he is able to want this, and our Creator is going to grant it to him. Okay, so I'm trying to say these words correctly, and I really don't like trying to say something and it's kind of got lies in them. I hate lying, but I want to make sure these words are truthfully being said by Jesus. I cast out demons by words from YV. Okay. Then my kingdom from YV has come upon you. Then my words from YV have been witnessed by you. They haven't come upon you. They have been witnessed by you. I cast out demons by words from YV. Thus, I guess would be a good word to put here. Thus, my words, and this is Jesus speaking, my words from YV have, and I guess I'm going to go over to the other book right now, the Concordance, and take a look. Most likely this word's going to be there, but not this word. If this word is there, that'll shock me. So what I'm going to do, now that is what happens when you click. Now what the hell, how do I get rid of that? I don't know what I just did, but I messed that up big time. Let me see if I can use a backup. Hey, okay. I thought I was going to lose all that text down below that I've done already, but I cast out demons by words from YV. Thus, my words from YV have can't be attained, proceed. I don't like either of these words. So what I will say is that I need to add a word. Have been witnessed. Otherwise they wouldn't have been, or they wouldn't be questioning them about it. And this would be added completely by me to make it true. Have been witnessed by many. Because I'm trying to think how to say that correctly. So I cast out demons by words from YV. Thus my words from YV have been this got to be and. To make it read smoother, the word's got to be and. And my words from YV have been witnessed by many. I finally have Jesus speaking the truth and not this garbage I cast out demons. Let me see here. I cast out demons by words from Wyvie. And my words from Wyvie have been witnessed by many. Now, when I say they started with the text that those that were witnessing Jesus, some of these words we know can only come from certain people. Example, who would ever remember that when John and Elizabeth's womb jumped when Mary walked in the room, those words that are in the text of that story can only come from Elizabeth. So when they say these words were written 80 years later, or whatever, 40 years, 60 years later, their Greek words were written then. It took them that long to take all the text, collected all the stories from them, and then say, now we've corrected their text. But what I'm seeing here is, watch this. Whoops. Doesn't that look familiar? A 4-verse grouping. They threw that verse out, but you can see that this might have been the words that the Hebrews actually wrote in, and then they went and tore it up, threw it away, messed it up, and put it into their own meaning. But here, when I'm seeing that reflect this comma period, then I knew it was comma, and I'm adding this. I've done this for so long that, yes, they took the text that was written by witnesses of Jesus at that time, and after he ascended, they went around and tried to get all the stories. There must have been every day of his life they had. All the stories of Jesus' childhood, because Mary was still there, Joseph was still there. They would have talked to him. They would have had all this text. All of it's missing. All of it's gone. They don't want their corruption of their meditation practice to become a god and to ascend into heaven to become a star, which we know that they're stars now and they aren't gods up there. The thing here is even today, they still have that belief, okay? They might not have a belief that they're going into heaven here, that is the second heaven. Among the Buddhists and the Taoists and many of those so-called religions, or I'll call them religions, and this is not a religion. This is the truth. It is the belief of our Creator. And why? So you have a belief, you don't have a religion. But over there, their males, they don't sleep, okay? They meditate at night. And by meditating every day, after 10 years, they get to talk to someone that's appearing in front of them. Now, I said that when the search for my video on self-proof of afterlife, you get to do this immediately, and you know you didn't need to have that sex practice to know you have a soul, because their belief is that you have to have that practice to have a soul. And when they're talking to these people that have died and they're seeing after 10 years. And it takes 10 years to start getting 1 or 2 visitors. But after 25 years, it's every night they're talking to many of them. Okay. And they're all together because they all have the same practice. Okay. That is the East's way of understanding. They know they have an afterlife and they call that place heaven. That is when you listen to the Chinese or anyone from Asia. I worked in General Motors engineering facility, highly educated people. All the engineers definitely had degrees at college. Some of them had PhDs. We had probably 5 or 6 people there that had the genius rating of IQs. And then you had skilled trade workers that were only about 300 of us. And then you had the secretaries, but there was over 1,500 engineers when I started, and I think there was over 2,000 when I left or retired. But I met a lot of people from many countries, and a lot of them from Asia. When they heard about what I was doing at work, our Creator was showing me off. I was telling people, that in 6 months you're going to become a boss. And then 6 months later, they became a boss. I shook a guy's hand once and told him, well, you're not going to be an engineer, you're going to be a foreman up in our area. He was pissed. He just pulled his hand away, and I'm get out of here. I didn't go to school for 4 years to become a shitty foreman. And then he became the foreman. And then I went up to him every 3 years, 2 months before I knew that the possibility of his job was going to change. I stuck my hand out and he shook it. And then I told him he's going to be a foreman in this area. And that guy, I did that to like 7 times. When I'm telling engineers that they're going to be a boss in 6 months and they're going to be a boss in 6 months, be a boss in 10 months, I told one guy 10 years. He come back to me 10 years later and he says, Mike, you can definitely say that it is so close to exactly 10 years. I can tell you, yes, I became a boss within 10 years. You get to say that. Otherwise, I would not know that it was 10 years. I just trusted the words that I was saying, that our Creator gave me to know to say. I did so many things like that, that the Asian people, because people are starting to proclaim me as a prophet. And I told them I wasn't a prophet because when you read the words, our Creator talks to prophets. I've never heard words from our Creator. He has given me visions of things, of what He wants me to know. Visions. Example. Well, no, I'll just go on with the story here. The people from Asia would come over and they would start asking me about my Creator, our Creator. And when I was explaining it to them, they would ask me, well, you know about our religion? And I would look at them and said, yes, I know all your religions. And our Creator's made me know all of them. So what do you want to know about your religion? And they said, well, our gurus are telling us we're going to become a god. And I says, well, the next time you talk to your guru, you tell them that you don't need to sit and meditate to have a sex practice with a female goddess, and the possibility of your maleness retracting inside your body once a year is a false practice. And that is what they do to become a god, but they don't tell you their sex practice. And then I tell them about how to self-proof that you don't need this practice, their practice. boy, when they told their guru, they come back to me and told me I was pissing on my shoes. All the language to say that I've insulted them by insulting me. And I kind of like, but they started looking at me like, but I seen you tell that person this, and then it happened. How can you do that? And I told them, our Creator's been showing me off. So I've talked to many people from Asia. It has to be at least 50 that they all started wondering about what was happening because they were witnessing things that just can't be explained normally. I met with engineers every 2 days of the week around what you would call a mock-up of what's going to happen to the car in the future by putting new parts on, and all the engineers had to come out. And these meetings twice a month, I was telling the engineer and chief engineer, no, he's wrong. This is going to happen and this is going to happen. And they just look at me like, don't say that to the chief engineer. But then within about a month and a half later, it happened. And everybody started like, okay, that's Mike. That's what he does here. He does those type of things. But even at the chief engineer, he learned that how can he do that? How can he know what's going to happen in the future? So, like I said, our Creator has been showing me off for a long time. But now it's time for the world to actually witness the destruction of the Bible to be corrected truthfully. So, sorry I went on and bragged a little bit, but I'm really boasting about the knowledge from our Creator. It's my honor to speak about what our Creator has done for me. In fact, it's my glory to speak about our Creator. So we've got the true words here of what Jesus said. And it's not his kingdom. I mean, how stupid do they got Jesus has come upon you? What does that even mean? I know that when you are probably looking at those words without having gone through to hear how I'm truly trying to straighten these words out, that you're trying to make things fit to the rest of the knowledge or the sugar of the text that you're reading. But I'm really, again, hoping you take the text into the program and in the Word program and do it yourself. This is 4 hours now, so do I have time for another one? Well, that one I know it's going to be too long. That's going to be too long. Okay, I got to remember I'm going to do this one. This one, yeah. Let me show you this one. I guess I'll do this one and then call it a night. This will be Luke 16:16. I don't know. I'm hoping you get. I hope you're getting wise enough to start spotting these before I get to them. Because once you realize there is corruption, you should start seeing these oversalted words like this. Everybody's forcing their way into the kingdom of God. Everybody is forcing their way in. Okay. Now, does that even make sense? Okay. But we're going to try to clean it up and make some reasonable understanding of the text here. And I'll try to put everything here so you can take a screenshot. Let's see, I need to do that. And then I'll get the text here from the program I've got. This is Luke 16. Okay, I got a good one for you. Because let me take you there first, I guess. And show you something. Take a look at Jesus defining what a Pharisee is. Let's see, I got it under Jesus. Defining the word Pharisees. The Pharisees have seated themselves in the chair of Moses. Did you guess the answer, who they are? They come from every village in Judah. And the Pharisees and the lawyers reject God's purpose. The Pharisees question him closely. They got in parentheses, laws. They love to sit in the front seats of the synagogue. Okay? So they weren't some offshoot sect that was meeting in their own place. They're in the synagogues. They're sitting at the very front. Most important people. Okay? Or they think they're the most important people. They're given the front seats. At least they should be put out of the synagogue. They had the right to kick other people out of the synagogue because they were confessing that Jesus is their king. The Pharisees given orders that they might arrest him, seize him, arrest him. So who are the Pharisees? If you sit in the seat of Moses, you're a judge, okay? And if they're hanging around with lawyers, judges and lawyers want to hang out together. So the word Pharisee is not an off-sect religion of the Jewish faith or Jewish view of whatever they come up with. Because if you read their Talmud, you'll find that they're praising the female goddess in that text a lot. But the object is Jesus defines them right here. Sit in the seat of Moses, and they love to sit in the front seat in the front of the synagogues. And they had this power to do these things and other capabilities that they had. So it wasn't just a bunch of people off in another room. So Pharisees are judges. I need to bring up the text over here. And let's see, 16:16, proclaim until John, gospel of the kingdom is preached. Everyone is forcing his way into it. Women can't force their way into it, but his way into it. Not them, not men, just his. Just one guy is everyone. Everyone is a his. Okay? It is easier for heaven and earth to pass away than one stroke of the letter of the law to fail. Well, we know that's wrong because, well, I guess I'm revealing those letters of the law or the letters of the truth. So they can be found, but all of them, a lot of them have been lost. So Jesus knew this. Matthew 5, verse 20, become more righteous than the scribes. So what we're having here, though, because it's the Pharisees that he's talking to, and he said to them, those who justify yourself in the sight of men, God knows your hearts, and are highly esteemed among men is detestable in the sight of God. Remember this when they were sitting in front seats of the synagogues, love to justify themselves in the sight of men. So we know we got words here that are backing up what Jesus has said is what they do. So that needs to go down here. And so here, I can blow this up. The law and the prophets were proclaimed until John. This has to be from the prophets. We have to have the word from being our Creator's words. Whoops. From, it would be his prophets, our Creator's prophets. So I'm adding that. His prophets has to be of me. Because every prophet from David's time forward all proclaimed he is coming. There is so many times in the text, every prophet that I can think of right now, except for the ones that really didn't exist, that they tell you they existed, we're proclaiming Jesus is coming. Okay. So that's why I know that that is true. They weren't proclaiming, they were prophesying. They didn't proclaim, they were declaring. From his prophets of me, from his prophets of, wait, maybe I put the words of me too soon. From his prophets were prophesied, were prophesying. I have to put prophesying here. And this would have to be coming from our Creator, even though it's italic, although, uh-oh. How did I? Were prophesying of me. Well, let me bring this text down here until John, because John declared he's here. So that's what this is meaning. The prophets were prophesying of me until John. So that word is out. They weren't proclaimed. They were prophesying, directly coming from our Creator, that Jesus is coming. Not the law and the prophets. The words from the prophets. The word law is definitely wrong. It's the words of all the prophets, and their words were coming from our Creator. The words from his prophets were prophesying of me until John. Period. Since then, it has to be my gospel here. My gospel. Oops. Not the gospel. My gospel of my kingdom. Of my kingdom. The gospel of my kingdom from YV. Jesus would have definitely known his name. So that needs to be there. We don't need to keep asking his name like his name is God. And that's how they've got everybody convinced that his name is God. But my gospel of my kingdom from YV. I want to say is spreading, but I got to see, and everyone is forcing his way into it. Let's put a comma here because I can see right now that this is going to be a period, and then we have that 4-verse thing again. The words from his prophets, comma, were prophesied until John, me until John. Since then, my gospel of my kingdom can I put those two words together? Since then. Why isn't it then? No, I'll just let it go. Then my gospel of my kingdom from YV is not preached. Jesus is telling them. So I think the word telling is told to them. And this would be, I'm not sure if I got that exactly the way I want it. Let's go take a look at the word preach just to see how close. Forcing their way in. Okay, but Jesus knows this, and everyone is forcing his way into it. This is just God, Jesus being stupid. So he would never have said this because he understands he's the Savior, and it's his ability to forgive the little things against our Creator to let them allow them into heaven because they were living a high moral life. Okay, is the way I want to try to put it, because not everybody is obedient today as they were when they came out of the promised land. But you are to be obedient as much as possible. And the more you come closer to our Creator, the more you will fear Him and understand you better be obedient to our Creator. And then it'll be your glory to speak about our Creator and Jesus with truth to help raise people's beliefs to a trust in the words that you're telling them. So my gospel of my kingdom from YV is being told to them. So I think that's all the correction that I need here, but I just thought that this one would have been quick and easy because the fact that I bet you didn't read that like that before, that people could force their way into his kingdom. So, I mean, let's see. The words from his prophets were prophesying of me until John. Since then, my gospel of my kingdom from YV is being told to them. And it's Jesus the one, because it's his gospel. Jesus is teaching his gospel that's being told to them. So I should actually, because Jesus is saying these words, I should respect that word, and that all these words are being said by Jesus. So, and then the text would look like, in fact, though, the word is has to be our Creator, because our Creator has sent him. So this is coming from our Creator, and he's responsible to do this. So the word is has to belong to our Creator. So words from his prophets were prophesying of me until John. Since then, my gospel of my kingdom from YV is being told to me. Yeah, it's not really going to fall into a 4-verse the way I want it to, because I'm seeing the text want to do it this too. The words from his prophet were prophesying of me until John. Those two hook together. Let me see, my kingdom from YV is being told to them. I don't really need the word since. Then my gospel of my kingdom from YV is being told to them. So it wants to break into words that do this as creating then my gospel of my kingdom from YV. Now this, look at this. If I know you haven't seen me do the 3-verse formats, but what would happen if there was one here as a statement? These two were backing up what needs to be put here, and then there would be two small groups here. Then my gospel, and now I'm supposed to have the word gospel tied to these two verses of my kingdom from Wyvie is being told to them. And that's exactly kind of what's going on here. But other than that, I can get rid of the word since and then do this and say, let's take a look at what is being said by the King James. Everyone is pressing into, presseth. I think this is the older version of the two, and this is the newer version. Presseth? That sounds like something from the 1800s, okay? Presseth. Into it. Now the kingdom from God is an it. Did they leave the word it out? No, they were it too. Our kingdom is an it. I missed that one. Spotted it here, missed it there. So, but, okay. We got to point out that that is just definitely wrong. Uh-oh, I didn't highlight. My shortcut key isn't doing this. That's just red flag warning. This is just idiot words. Has been preached. It's Jesus. It's not over Jesus. It can't be has been. It can't be has been preached. It is being preached. So they got closer than the New American Standard. Is being preached. Is being told, preached. What did they have down here? Proclaimed. No, they had preached. Preached, yeah. So, since that time, and they had since then, the kingdom of God. The kingdom of God. Now, this writer doesn't seem to understand the concept of the title God as maker of everything and can do whatever he wants to do. It's like there's a kingdom of God. And I can't even say a kingdom for God or the kingdom with God. That might work. And my kingdom with God. My kingdom with Wyvie is being preached. I guess that's the way I would edit it if I was using this text. So it would be worded a little bit different. Not the word from. No, I'd have to do my here. And then I would still have to change it from. So, but to understand what these words mean in this verse, the way they want to without saying it's Jesus' kingdom, the kingdom of God, they got Jesus not knowing what the kingdom of God is. I didn't look at it that way, but I am seeing it now. And the law and the prophets, a law. Look, there's statutes. These are the most important statutes. There were two statutes to begin with, and that was the statute from Abraham's time of circumcising a male. Now that is statute. The next statute is to celebrate his passing over. So there's 8 days of celebration. That's a statute. Those are put way up high. Then there is another statute, but that's for the priest to be anointed to go into the courtyard and into the house to talk with our Creator. Then there are the 12 commandments. The 12 commandments are an agreement between our Creator and the people that came out of the Sinai. because when you see the text here at the top, he came and spake to our people, and from his cloud a horn sounded, and everybody in the camp trembled. And then he tells them, then our Creator said, I am Yahweh, your Creator. And there's no, he's telling them who it is. The text I don't have in here is that this becomes an agreement between them and their descendants to remain in his nation without being tossed out. They must try to atone for not obeying any of these 12. Now, there's something to say about what's going on here with these 12, because these are, our Creator defines as, you need a sin offering for me to forgive you of not obeying those 12 commandments. So the thing here is the father of the family, because the male and female are together as one, he is the one, though, to bring the animal. Let's just take the animal, the ram that they're supposed to kill. He takes that ram, and usually that means that everybody had a ram, but they needed, because the ram was so valuable, because the meat lasted a long time. I mean, it was a major staple for their life. They had to give up something very valuable to them, and that would have been their food source. But to give up, to go to them with the priests. Now, how did they know which priest to go to? Our Creator in the Sinai had them camp before him in the birth order, in the male birth orders of Israel's sons. The first 3 are supposed to camp in the south side, and that is where the entrance is into the courtyard, and the house is facing south. And the proof of that, to say which direction it is, comes from when they're hanging the curtains in the tent meeting. The text says the opening will be in the south. Okay? So when you see all the pictures east, wrong, it's south. And then the other 3, I don't know which ones they go on, the east or west side, and then 3 on the north side. The birth orders, they would have had a seat in order where they were at, and they knew where they came from, what tribe. That's where they knew how to get to their priest. Okay? Now, once they get to the priest, they take the ram. He is supposed to put his hand on its head and tell them which one he is asking to be forgiven from, so they can go in and talk to our Creator and say, this is what he is saying he done. You're the witness. Is he forgiven or not? But there's a process going on. The animal is sacrificed. The hide is removed, and the muscles are taken from the animal, placed on a plate. And by David's time, he made them silver platters, and the knives were made out of silver. Then the attendant with them would take them into the altar for their tribe. And on top of the altar, there was hooks on stands that they would hang the muscles on. They would bring over wood, and from the ongoing fire, they would take a fire pan that was able to scoop up fire and then take it over there, and it was supposed to immediately rush a large fire to burn the meat as fast as it can. You'll read the word burnt offering, but it is actually a sin offering. This is what they're offering at top. The sacrifice is outside. The offering to our Creator is the muscles. The action of your sin has got to be burnt completely, because the guy that's standing outside, he's looking for the smoke to come up, and the smoke is supposed to disappear, which shows of forgiveness is going to be forgotten that he did this. Then the high priest, or then that priest would go in and ask our Creator. This is the agreement that he makes for forgiveness, these 12. Now, I've explained how important the statutes are. Now I've explained how important the commandments are. Then there are laws. There's not many laws. There are a lot of laws, but those laws are kind of like what happens if this happens. Like these laws are how to judge for, how shall I say this, of wrongdoing against each other. Because if evilness is something against our Creator, and then wickedness would be something like wrongdoing, and it's another layer from wrongdoing to wickedness, meaning might have injured somebody would have been wickedness. They're not supposed to injure your brother or your family or member or neighbor. So these laws are next, and then there are guidances afterwards. And it comes from, some of the laws are almost guidances, I could say. So when it says the law, the word law is being read without understanding here. It has to be words from his prophets. The word law can never be used in this verse. His laws are like third tier down from what's important, okay? But it was the words from the prophets telling he's coming is most important. That was a prophecy from our Creator said through a prophet, okay? And now I'm going to say that's the end for today. I enjoyed the conversation. I'm open to more questions. And if you want to, I would like to set up a voice chat so I can do more one, because I know typing things out is, there's when I'm saying a lot of this, I think people would want to more or less, like yourself, say, well, you said this, what do you mean by that? And I don't want to say things and then it's kind of like, what do they mean? I'd rather have that conversation as well when I'm saying things. So other than that, I'm going to call it an evening and struggle trying to find somebody to help me get all the text chats in one long chat thing. Anyways, I guess that's my problem. Anyways, enjoy the evening yourself and have a good day.